Please tell us about Hattner's grandma fetish more.
All right. Well, you see, Hattner loves his grandma. He loves everyone's grandma. Those cookies that come out of the oven were delicious. And when his grandma died in that house fire and put him on the street, things took a turn for the worst. And ever since then, he's been unable to fight grandmas. That's why he couldn't face down the hag.
Mm-hmm.
It was a very upsetting time for him. We're hoping he gains the courage to be able to face his trauma in a productive manner, preferably with a blowgun and some poison. Anyway, would you like a
Mm-hmm.
recap?
Yes, things that matter would be nice.
Things that matter would be nice. So,
Yeah.
if I recall, the last thing we did was we arrived back with going through my notes here. Priya. Hi, stream. So we arrived back with Priya, and we rested up um after our misadventure. We rolled some D100s. Core had a really bad nightmare. Uh, that I took some poetic liberties with later. Um, kind of held things up so he could speak to Umbra about it. I remember that he left behind his necklace, which may or may not contain Claire's spirit, which also I think he tried talking to Yelena about that, and nothing came of that, and it just made him look crazy. Um, we discussed what our plan was, and we decided we were going to go after the one who could defend themselves the least, which we believe is Ellery. Um, or am I wrong on that?
The name is incorrect.
What? Where am I getting Ellery from?
That's the child in the Fisher's Ward. So the name isn't
Hang-
wrong, just which one you're going after is.
Oh, Allele. We're going for the. Did I get the names mixed up?
Maybe.
Ellery's the halfling, right?
Yep.
Okay, so she's in the Fisher. She's in the Fisher's Ward. Okay,
Correct.
so we're going after the 10-year-old elf. All right. Sorry about that. That's actual genuine confusion on my part.
No, it's all good.
Um.
It happens.
Yep. Some mix up. So we're going for Allele, the layered elf, who uh we've been told attracts attention to herself because she uh street performs, I believe, right? Or am I getting that mixed up too?
Yep.
Okay, so the halfling is the street performer. All right,
Yep.
sorry. Uh oh, I had that note right here. Derp derp derp. Yeah, no, she likes books. She's a reader. Um and when we arrived there, we got to see all the ugliness of that district. We learned a little bit about it. Um Namely that there were some really bad things that happened when some people decided to mess with the food caravans that come through the district, or the outskirt of the district rather. There's no official law here really, like no guard. So it kind of feels like this area places itself, meaning the gangs are the ones who kind of get to decide how things are going to be going. And it doesn't seem like it's a very fun time for anyone. A lot of starving and desperate people. A lot. So, I guess Hattner decided to trust a gangly and bony homeless man by the name of Georgie, who is a prime example of what happens to somebody who's just damaged by this place for years and years and years. And Georgie proved to be very, very unreliable because Allele did not want to stay with him and instead got enticed by one of two gangs. Um, and it seems like she was taken as collateral during a gang turf war. Um, Core decided to take the route of intimidation to get the information out of Georgie. There was no physical violence involved, but there was a innuendo of bad things happening if he, you know, kept this crap up. We got the information out of him that we wanted to, but not without bribing him with at least 3 silver pieces. We left, and we decided we were just going to confront them down in the sewer and use as much negotiation as possible to try to get our way. We made our way to their hideout through the muck and the grime, where we were brought before a, I guess, I don't know his name, so I'm just going to refer to him as Shao Kahn. So we got brought before Shao Kahn, who was in the middle of discussing with a uh, elven woman. I cannot remember what they are called, but they are the drow equivalent of this world.
Tafakari.
Tafakari. Okay, I just don't have any of my other documents open
Mm-hmm.
because I'm assuming I'm going into big combat, and that will probably be the bulk of the session.
Yep, probably.
So we saw the Tafakari elf is more than likely the hag in disguise, from what we've been able to ascertain. 'Cause she wants the child and is promised this guy a castle, and this band clearly has grand delusions of delusions of grandeur, basically. And we started talking. Yelena did most of the talking, because this guy likes pretty women. And Yelena managed to charm him, which then turned into him demanding that Yelena and the Takahari elf have a jello fight to determine who, wins. But the jello fight is to the death, and Kor's allowed to partake, but he's also too much of a coward, so he ran into the bedrooms instead and had a nice conversation with the goblin. So after that happened, other people started making their way down because they were getting impatient. Which then led to Nero uh, making a mess of things by taking an action that led to the charm on the Shao Kahn, as if he isn't unique, um, to break, which at that point he signaled the alarm. We stopped in the middle of the combat because we ran long and I have to work. Uh, Also, I work tonight also. So I think that's where we left off in the middle of things, where Shao Kahn had just gained his second initiative because of big bad boss mechanics.
Hearing.
And we were about to see if Nero was going to die or not, because it is the boss's turn.
His first turn.
His first turn.
Does anyone else
Throw
have
an
anything
action
to
surge.
add to that?
I think his name was Sharkbite.
Yeah, I remember something shark.
King Shark is a shark.
I mean, that's the name of one of my dice.
Sharkbite.
Oh,
I
that's
thought you were
right.
calling him Sharkbite.
No, it's the name of what I use predominantly for my enemy's dice. I call him Sharkbite due to the coloration.
Ooh, you should send a picture of this.
That makes sense.
Sharkbite.
Like no.
Well, if I could ever get my camera to focus. There we go.
Oh, I like those.
Sharkbite is a
I'll take a
bean
picture
dice.
But yes, I use Sharkbite predominantly for all of my enemies. I have a weird gamut of d20s I use, and they all have like really specific roles. I have ones for neutral characters. I have one for allies. I have ones for specific groups of NPCs. It gets out of hand sometimes.
Oh yeah, that's right. Cor is hallucinating a undead cleric climbing out of the sewer water, demanding vengeance and blood because I failed an in save. Thank you for throwing in saves at me. I appreciate that, actually.
You're absolutely welcome. Oh no, what was the soundtrack I had running for you guys? It didn't load. How terrible. I really liked it. I guess we're just gonna go with Old Reliable.
I like the new overlay, by the way.
Thank you. Oh yeah, by the way, I made a stream overlay. And this is just a temporary holdover until I get the full projects done for all the other ones. I'm based because I did this. This was like a 35-minute 40-minute mock-up I did yesterday, and I'm working on ones for the other streams too. And I have better, more complete versions coming up, which will have like, you know, character tiles and names and fancy chat bubbles and all kinds of stuff, along with actual branding and, like, you know, social media things.
Cool.
But yeah. That's all a thing. Trying to bring things together, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna really bother me. I don't remember what that other track was. As much as I love this one, it just didn't carry. The other one was so much better. Nope, that's not it either.
The soundtrack of this campaign is now 90s action aesthetic.
I have
Saturday
a couple.
morning cartoon.
I have a couple of weird ones,
Which one?
which you guys will discover eventually when I hit the right moments. I have one for a specific shopkeep. If you guys ever wander into his place, that I think you'll like.
I just have but one request. Can the Fish Devil get a unique soundtrack?
If you guys ever have a reason to revisit the Fish Devil, I will get him his own soundtrack.
I am making that something I want to return to. He's too good to not return to. I want to go fishing with that man.
You can't handle his fishing.
I know, that's what has me so excited about it.
Let's just be honest. He's just like some type of like Swedish like sea shanty or something like that. It's just like, what do you do with a drunken sailor? But it's like in Yiddish.
It's a gnomish.
That sounds way less interesting. I don't know what it was. We're sticking with Old Reliable. We're bringing this back up. And
Oh yeah, it's right. His turn.
yeah, it's his turn.
Ooh.
Yeah. That's why this was a problem.
I remember now. Yeah.
Because I was fumbling around for music. Let me go fetch a stat block real quick.
And I'm in Resolve too. Is the thing.
Yeah. This is one of those you know, Ralph Wiggum meme moments.
I am in danger. I'm in danger.
Quinn,
Me.
which document is the uses for inspiration in?
The heroic inspiration.
Yeah.
It should just be in the World of Eldarth folder.
Okay, heroic inspiration is the actual document then?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. That's all I wanted. I just want to read through things because we've got 3 points and we've got 2. All right.
Yeah, you guys have a lot of points, and it's important to realize what you can use them for, because rerolls aren't the only thing.
So I don't know how many points of inspiration that you have, Cider,
Yes.
but you should probably read through that document. It might save your life, or maybe it won't. Who knows?
I'm trying to pull it up right now.
Speaking of saving his life, let's see if I can end it.
No.
The boss, bloody, heaving, deep breaths where he's bubbling blood from his lips and his nose, is going to attack you 3 times. Except he's throwing to the wind the shield bash tactic, and he is just going to cut you 3 times with his sword, ideally. And the first roll we're going to start with is a 21.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Second one is only going to be a 16.
That'll miss.
Reminds me. I got to my computer so late today. I did like almost none of my preparation stuff. I don't have my cheat sheet open. Third attack. Oh, those also suck. That's only a 10, so only the first one's gonna hit.
Alright.
Although I rolled really well. 17 points of slashing damage.
Ooh!
Yeah. A little bit more than I expected.
No, it's fine. We're still alive.
His HP total was above 1.
Oh, jeez. And hang on. One more stat block to grab.
Well, the good news is I go next.
You do, because you rolled a 6. Which makes you real speedy. We're going to just go down there, but it's actually Yelena's turn. Because of Yelena's really cool ability.
And she's prone.
Yeah, but Nera's really messed up right now, so we're gonna try to do something about that. So she's gonna shimmy her way over here, and she's going to green flame blade try to strike at this guy because he looks like he's ready to keel over.
That's fair. Roll the attack. That'll hit.
He takes an extra 3 fire, also on top of. I forgot to check that. 1 fire from Poi, and she will take 7 fire.
All right. Yelena dances in a dervish of swinging blades, catching the boss with a green flame blade. The fire kind of licking and burning up over his bare skin, cauterizing a couple of wounds, but the damage is so severe that he collapses. With a streak of fire leaping on over to the elven woman. And I'm going to maintain that illusion that she is just an elven woman until you guys find out otherwise.
So the boss guy fell, right?
Yep.
Alright. Just gonna continue her action, shifting back over here and taking her offhand attack.
Go for it.
Ooh, missing.
Yes, that is most certainly not a hit.
And she will use her bonus action to go ahead and call out a healing word towards Nero. She's going to heal his resolve for 6.
Nice. I'm back in.
But that will be her turn. She will go back down to 11.
Okay. Let's see. The elven woman is going to stand. Seems like an important thing to do when there's so many melee people around.
I guess that was a 15 to hit, not a nat one, so it's advantage, but I don't think that was enough anyway.
No, that 15 was not. Important to remember, though.
I'm gonna actually mark a square here so I don't forget. But cores, oh, that is not what I wanted. Not even a little bit.
That's a lot of squares going on over there.
That was supposed to be me marking where my rapier is. It's right here.
That's a real big rapier.
Big rapier. Yeah, it's also blue.
Let's see. Nero's looking really bad.
Yeah. Hit me.
Yeah, I actually think she's going to. I think she's going to whirl around with her long, claw-sharpened hand and rake Nero with a claw attack. Let's see. Yeah, that'll probably hit. That was a natural 16. So I think modifiers put us up to 22.
Yeah, that'll do it. And we're back in HP territory, I'm assuming.
Well, actually, I guess the good question is, what did Yelena heal?
6.
No. Which of the 2 pools did you heal?
Resolve.
Okay.
Just wanted him to be at fighting strength.
So that means Nero only has resolve.
Wait, I thought resolve was.
Yeah, I thought like
Oh,
resolve
yeah,
was like
sorry.
big HP and then
Hang on,
HP.
yeah, no, I'm being a
was
dummy. You're right.
Okay.
Pardon me. Still adjusting.
You
Oh,
have
good.
You guys
The
are the
body
only
is
you guys are the only game that use the system so far, so I'm still not completely adjusted over.
Yeah.
That's perfectly okay. Also, the body is weak, but the spirit is strong.
You're gonna take 12 points of slashing damage.
All right, yeah, that puts me back in HP.
And wordlessly is kind of going to drop into a slightly lower, bit more feral stance, kind of seeing how everyone's surrounded her, and her strongest ally is on the ground. And is kind of weighing her options. Stella's turn. By the way, we miss you, Sam. Stella's turn.
Yeah, I talked with her last night for a little bit, actually.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
I normally check up with Sam the night before as well, but my day yesterday was not a great. But my last check-in I had with her, she was doing better. Man, every fiber of my being really wants to be the atypical spellcaster and fireball the room, but that just is wildly irresponsible at this point.
I mean, if I were her, well, I don't know how Sam would play her. Probably, like, really would want to see that elf woman be turned into chicken chips.
Yeah, that's kind of what we're going with.
Just whatever you think.
Like I say, it's unfortunately the more uninteresting of the various options because I've been repeating it over and over again. But I'm just gonna go with a chromatic orb attack.
Oh,
And I'm never going to hit. Please, Sam, come back so your character can be useful again, because I am not good at being a. Please.
I'm starting to understand why you roll physical dice.
This is roll 20, and no matter what character I play. That's the reason why the one PC I play that uses roll 20's digital dice, I've purposely built around having a bad luck streak.
I almost want to use inspiration for her. That's so bad.
Well, that's just how this be. Core.
Okay. You know what? Sure, let's go for it. Because we've got a dagger, we've got a hand crossbow out at the moment. We're sticking with the pointy bit. Oh!
And sticker with the pointy bit you do.
Alright, so I'm gonna roll this. It's gonna be 12 plus 18 plus 3d6.
Oh, so you're including your sneak attack.
Yeah, including my sneak attack,
Okay.
yes.
That's pretty good. That's a pretty good number.
It's the answer to everything.
I don't know how she's looking after that.
She's not looking great. Despite having very tough skin, you manage to work the dagger in just through this forceful shout as you ram it up into her ribs and pull it back, and she's leaking this viscous green blood. She does not seem well.
Korb, as he stabs into her side, says, very sharply, "I asked you a question." And then Swashbucklers moves here and will use his finishing maneuver. Which is this. Hand crossbow. That will be a 15. That will miss. Unfortunately. We'll move here. Item interaction, grab our rapier. And then we will...
Doesn't the finisher hit as long as it's not a net one?
That's the superior. That's the superiority
Oh,
option.
okay.
Yeah, I only get one of those, unfortunately.
You're not a fighter. Otherwise, you get more.
Yeah, that would be dope. And then Core will bonus action disengage. And move back to here because he does not want to look at whatever's happening over there.
And it's still burbling out your name.
Yeah, Core seems like he's kind of losing his mind a little bit over it. That'll be his turn, though.
All right. That being said, because you're not keeping a complete eye on it, the Claire monster has made it into the room. It seemed to have crawled by all of the individuals and is slowly making its way towards you.
I don't like this.
Hattner. Please disregard my wife coming in to say goodbye to me as she takes Daisy to daycare. It'd be different if he actually even had a target to just actually attack. But
I don't even know where he is.
exactly. That's how Hattner likes it. Not with people not being aware of where he is. He really doesn't even have an angle on anyone. He's gonna stay there, like, in waiting. This goblin is going to attempt to stab Haba twice with daggers. Because if you recall, he has 2 daggers. And it's pretty great.
Yes. Meme.
All right, he's killing it. A 17 and a 14.
Those will both hit.
Sweet. This goblin feels like he's important now.
He might get a name if he keeps this up.
If he survives. All right, I rolled a 1 and a 4. So 9 points of piercing damage in total.
Not bad. For a nameless guy. That hurt a little bit. Not gonna lie.
Thanks.
Good job.
Haba.
I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds on myself and by extension, Nero as well. That is a really strong feature for them, by the way. Where if they cast a spell that affects the self, it just affects the other one too.
Nero is your found steed.
Yes.
Basically. A very weird way of putting it, but yes.
Alright, I'm healing resolve for Nero. Right, and then Nero's turn. Actually, do I have a bonus action? Yeah, no, I mean I do, but yeah, right. I'll burn my second to last edict for strike. And I'm going to have Nero swing at the. Okay, is he like actually like unconscious, or is dead, or is he just
He's bleeding out.
Okay, got it.
So yeah, Nero can still tell he's alive, but not dead.
Okay, then I'm going to ignore him for now, and I might regret that later, but that's a problem for future Nero. And we're going to swing at the hag.
I'm very glad that's catching up. Yeah,
it's 25 hit.
25 is gonna hit.
So that is 22 slashing damage.
Okay. All right. A mighty sword blow comes down, catching her in her shoulder and sinking in partially. And as you wrench it out, there's just a gout of this thick green blood that sprays across Nero. And this elven woman looks like she's close to collapsing, kind of falling to one knee briefly, wobbly, and manages to stand up with 1 HP left.
That is my turn.
At the end of your turn, I'm going to blow 3 points of inspiration to use a legendary action.
Oh.
I'm going to swing at her.
Sure.
No.
Well,
No.
you know what? We did what we could.
You did.
But it's actually a question I have. Can the way I'm reading it, the legendary action thing, it doesn't have to be at the end of a turn, right?
No. It could literally be at any time.
Okay, that's good to know for future reference, but I'm gonna stand by that because, boy, oh boy. I mean, I guess it would make sense that Court would miss, considering how freaked out he is at the moment.
He's being kind of harried on multiple sides, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you still take the level of exhaustion?
Yes. It doesn't matter if it's successful. It's a repercussion of using the 3 points.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to find where the icon is. I'm sure there's a unique one. Let me sort through this.
Yeah,
That's...
I'm still learning what they all are too. Don't worry.
It's in the third row in the middle of the guide, doing like the OTL pose, basically.
Thank you, Quinn.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Boss man. Goblin with a light crossbow. Still gonna shoot an arrow. Best target for him to attack. Oh, look, a natural thing. The goblins are actually pulling their weight now. Good for them.
Good for them.
22. Yeah, like that's actually that's surprisingly really good. I rolled max damage. 10 points of piercing damage.
Oh my goodness. Still unresolved though.
This thug is going to attack Haba.
Okay.
With a 16 to hit.
Yeah, that'll do it.
And 6 points of bludgeoning damage as he clobbers you with a club.
Ow!
Initiative count 20. Allow me to move some NPCs around. Okay, and then we're gonna add all these nice boys to the initiative. 4 more of the gang members. And technically speaking, we have a boy at initiative 20. Oh, I'm gonna have him take his turn now. And he is going to run up behind Estella, dashing across this bridge and attack her with a maul. And miss. Well, actually, Estella's AC is incredibly low. That would hit, but Estella will shield. And then subsequently miss. In which case, boss boy. Okay. New goblin. Who's going to scamper? Bonus action dash. Run up behind Eucor. And with a short sword, attempt to stab you.
Okay.
He literally just comes streaking into the room like a madman. Short sword drawn, and will miss with a 14. Well then. The elven woman is staring around, eyes and body a little woozy from the severe wounds she has taken. And with the claw-sharpened hand is going to rake a hole through time and space, opening up a dark, whispering, shadowy hole and step into it.
I'm going to use my 3 points to try and stop her.
Okay.
I'm going to use Dissonant Whispers at 3rd level.
Wow, okay.
No fire damage.
All right, wisdom save. Well, that first one's bad, but hang on, they have advantage. Oh, and the second one was a crit. So that is unfortunately going to be a success.
Still 8 points of damage.
Yes, it is. Points of psychic damage. And as they tear the hole open in the fabric of reality and begin to step through it, you watch Yelena as they flinch and twitch, some of that green Icarus blood dripping down out of their nose, and as they take the step forward to step into the shadowy plane beyond, the portal closes and they fall flat on their face. Prone. And now it's Yelena's turn.
Says no more running. She's gonna green flame blade stab into her unconscious body.
All right. Yeah, they're prone and I'm not moving, so I think And
the flame's gonna bounce to the sky. And she'll take her offhand attack and do the same thing. 17.
Yeah, the 17 will just hit. And through, again, a whirlwind of steel and fire, both bodies are singed and burned, and a rapidly gathering pool of red and green blood begins to spread out into the floor. If there was ever any doubt, they look incredible.
Does her form shift when she dies, or is she still just not? Did we just kill an elf lady?
The moment you've all been waiting for.
I mean, she was bleeding like goop. I can't wait for her to actually like turn out that she's not a hag, but she's just like some fish creature.
This is actually somebody hired by the fish devil to look into the missing children.
Oh man,
Wouldn't that just be the worst?
it's just a mind flare.
Gosh.
But she will. Okay, there we go.
And she does, in fact, revert back into a hideous, hunched and deformed hat.
Nice. I'm going to bonus action throw a healing word at Estelle. Because she looks like...
She's not been touched.
I thought she got hit last round.
Nope, she's shielded.
Shielded.
Oh, she's shielded, right. I'll throw it at Nero then. Get some more resolve back in that boy. And I'm going to go hold the line against these two goblins. That is Yelena's turn.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, and by the way, Core, this horrendous, ugly, deformed Claire no longer exists. It just, you blink one moment and it's gone. Let's see. Stella doesn't like being surrounded or bullied. I guess we're gonna bump up to the next thing, which I can screw up even more, which is a scorching ray.
3 opportunities to roll ones.
Yep, I love it.
Oh, at disadvantage.
Am I rolling? I'm sorry.
She's in melee. It's a ranged attack.
Yeah, you're right. This is only gonna get better, huh? Well, actually, hang on. You make a valid point.
Disengaging is always a good option.
Yeah, but we can also still fight a little. Hang on, let me double check something.
Suplex someone.
Sheets.
Yeah, I don't know how Estelle does anything.
She is the most sorcerer of all time. Like, you want to hurt things? Estella can just do it in many flavors.
She like shocking grasp and get on the other side of Haba.
No, the plan is going to be an acid splash. And she's going to burn the 2 dudes that just approached her.
Oh yeah, they're next to each other.
Yep. So 2 dex saves. One of which is going to fail because Estella's DC is incredibly high. The other is actually just going to succeed. Oh, good for the goblin. He manages to avoid what might be a painful death. The other guy doesn't. Actually, no, he does. Never mind. He survives with 2 HP. It's literally just a bubble of acid that forms, lashes out, sort of rolls over the front of the first guy, and then pops. The goblin manages to dive out of the way, almost falling off the bridge to avoid it. But is not harmed. The thug, on the other hand, is screaming in agony, as he's being burned alive via acid. Estella's not sorry.
Brutal.
It's like acid magic is really messed up.
All right. Core is. Can I spend my action trying to like demoralize them?
You certainly could try.
Okay. Core looks at this goblin, looks at everybody in the room, gives a big pace around the room, and then just shouts out, exhausted. Your boss has been burnt to a crisp. If you don't want to end up just like he did, and this freak besides me, then you're gonna walk away. Otherwise, there's no way in hell you're going to be able to beat us. You really want to die?
Make an intimidation check.
Alright. It's a disadvantage because I'm exhausted.
Mm-hmm.
I believe.
We'll see. It's fair. It's a fair roll.
Yeah, it's very average.
15's like, it's okay. It
Yeah,
passes.
for core, it's all right.
Yeah.
Like several of the lackeys in the room, they kind of very rapidly like make eye contact with one another. But the one thug that's next to Haba just kind of gives them like an even more like, do your damn job look. And everyone stays in place.
We see who we have to kill next.
Anything else, Core? Movement, bonus action?
I think core. Well, I can't really do anything with the rest of my action, but core just says. Ah, okay, I see it. So you're gonna let this this mook boss you around? Fine, you can go next. What do I even have as a bonus action?
Nothing stabby.
Nothing stabby. Yeah, I'm just
Not with
thinking of
already
anything.
having stabbed somebody else.
Yeah.
I mean, you're a
just-
rogue, so generally cunning action and stuff.
Dash, disengage, or hide. Not dodge though. That's monk.
That is
monk. No, that's it. I also will be getting rid of this because I do have my dagger. I do have my things back in hand. All right,
Okay.
yeah, that's course turn.
All right. From the area where the hag originally appeared off to the side, a crossbow bolt is going to zing out at you, Core, for a 16, which I believe strikes.
Yep.
It will deal 7 points of piercing damage.
Sure, I'll take 7. Could be worse.
Hattner is gonna see Estella not having the best time on the bridge. It could be better, and is going to fire a no. He's just gonna throw a dagger from the shadows. Wow, I rolled double 5s.
NPCs roll really badly when they're friends with us.
Yeah. And the dagger is just going to sort of like zoom off into the darkness and just clatter somewhere beyond. That's terrible.
I see he suffers from tuxedo mask syndrome. He looks cool, but then he just fails to perform at every opportunity unless we don't see him actually doing it.
Yep.
It's like, now I must leave.
The goblin with 2 knives. Gonna stab Hollow because this is what he does. He misses both times. Oh man. Hava.
I hate to be a broken record, but cure wounds.
Mm-hmm. Oh, don't worry. Be as broken of a record as you want, because these are still your resources being used.
Oh, I have 9 temporary hit points. I should probably subtract those.
Yeah, I made you a
there you go.
breakfast, and you're not even gonna use it.
Alright, I'm putting that at 0. Alright, cool.
Alright.
I'm not as badly hurt as I thought I was.
Alright, and we're gonna burn our last edict so we can do a strike on this man.
All right.
So this is an advantage. 23.
Uh-huh.
12 slashing damage plus 10 slashing damage. 22 slashing damage.
Yeah, Nero, with his might and ferocity, being guided by Habba's magic, runs up to this man and strikes him down with ease.
That is my turn.
Okay. Allow me to play. Well, these goblins are duking it out with Yelena now. But this one has a crossbow, and he's actually going to try to get away from Yelena. But he's a goblin, so he's going to bonus action disengage. And then shoot Yelena with a crossbow. And... No, and miss by 1. That's unfortunate for him. He thought he was going to be the hero. He is. This goblin on initiative counts 21. He's going to do a little hop, skip, and a jump over, and he's going to get a little closer to Yelena, and he's going to try to stab Yelena with a short sword. And miss Estella with a short sword. I meant Estella the whole time. All you damn attractive red-headed people.
The attractive red-headed, blue-eyed performers.
Yeah, how am I supposed to keep up with all of you? Come on.
Made completely separately, but somehow ended up in the same campaign.
This thug burned by acid doesn't like that, is going to try to mace attack Estella. And is going to hit. And Estella's not going to shield this time. Due to spell slot resources. And take 6 points of bludgeoning damage. Oh no, she took 6 points of damage.
That chipped a nail. She's pretty upset about that.
That's more or less what just happened. Yeah. Initiative count 20. Yelena, you see as this door that the goblin with the crossbow backed up near, 2 guys come walking out carrying swords. They look a little groggy, like they have just woken up.
Are you sure you want to do this?
Boss said, get into the fight. Getting into the fight.
It's your life.
Let's see if you guys can fight the whole gang today.
It's the really dedicated people.
Well, it's because they know something that you guys don't, which mostly comes down to numbers.
There's many of us. There's no way we can lose.
Yeah. You guys aren't exactly on the home field. One of those situations. Let's put it this way. I didn't anticipate you guys picking a fight with the entire gang. Because it was never meant to be a great tactical choice. This goblin's gonna stab Cord. He's flapping his lips. And he's gonna miss.
Cool.
Another thug enters the battle. Is going to come in with a battle axe and swing on Core. And hit with an 18.
Okay.
For 8 points of slashing damage.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay. this one will arrive with a longsword. And it's going to attack Core and miss. Yelena.
Gonna keep her swords ignited. Green flame blade targeting this guy who just came out. Don't have flanking unless that goblin suddenly decided to turn sides.
That would be weird. That's a hit.
Green flame damage. He takes an extra 6. His buddy takes another 6 as well.
All right. The goblin's looking really bad. Thug is, hang on, quick math. 3 plus 8 plus 4?
3 plus 8 plus 6 to this one,
6.
and then 6 to this one.
Oh, not the goblin. Buddy. This guy is felled.
Nice. Offhand attack. I'm gonna swing at this goblin to my north.
And the goblin, despite his feistiness, also is felled.
We're gonna dance and run, make our way all the way over here. Just get in the middle of everything.
Right into the thick of it. Yelena, now that you're there, you hear coming down from the hallway behind the goblin, someone that is banging on metal bars. And you just hear a voice going, "Whoever's out there, let me out! I can help you fight, let me out!"
This is the hallway that the hag went down, right? Before the combat started?
Yes.
Okay, that's making sure I remember that right, because Yelena's assuming that the child is that way, and it sounds like there might be another prisoner.
Alright, Estella. You know what, we're just gonna keep up with the acid splash. Yeah, 7. Could be better, could be worse. Gonna still try to melt down the same 2 people that are giving her problems. The thug grabs onto his face, screaming in pain, and falls to the ground. The goblin continues to succeed because apparently this is the most stalwart goblin here, besides Double Dagger Boy.
Yeah, Mo's gonna make it.
Yeah. Oh no, that's gonna be his name. Mo the Goblin. This is how you guys get a pet. Don't do it to me.
I mean, it's a totally goblin name, right?
It is.
It really is.
It is. It is. I mean, Mo in the show is even called a goblin frequently.
I mean, he looks like one.
Oh,
You could honestly recolor him to look like one of these things, and it would be perfectly, like, there.
I'm pretty sure
him from
they did
yellow
that
to
in the
green.
Halloween episode.
Alright, well,
Anyway.
Core is going to continue suit, and he's going to swing at the one that is this giant battle axe guy, because he's got the weapon triangle advantage.
Yep. Wrong game, but good idea. Go for it.
13.
Does not hit.
Offhand attack. We're going to item interaction dual wield now.
Dagger, I take it?
Yeah.
Alright. That will hit.
And we will sneak attack with this
Because Yelena's there now.
for 14 points of damage against him.
Alright. Well, we're gonna subtract 4 because you don't add your modifier to your offhand.
That is fair.
So it's going to be 10. The difference does matter. He's still alive, but bleeding heavily from the wound in his side. Skip.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else, Core? You got a bonus action?
Bonus action. No, I think Core's just got to stand his ground. I mean, ideally doing hit and run things would be better, but in this case, I think Core is really just trying to make a point here.
Okay. Yet another thug. Many, many footfalls entering the room. friend just watched his buddies get cut down. Going to rush into the room. Is going to hit the closest person he can reach, which is Nero from behind. Natural 17, 21 to hit.
Yep.
For a whopping 5 bludgeoning damage. As you are struck in the back with a maul, Nero.
Oh, you're next. Got it.
This goblin's gonna drop the crossbow he had and draw a dagger and attempt to stab Yelena. And miss with a natural 2. Hattner is going to try to thread the needle and throw another dagger at the goblin next to Estella.
This goblin's gonna somehow live through all of this.
Unfortunately, not this time. The dagger is going to hit. He could live, but the odds aren't in his favor.
Why don't goblins get death saves? That's...
I mean, Mo might, but I can't promise any of the other goblins. A dagger whizzes past Estella and strikes this goblin in the chest, throwing him onto the ground. He is not moving. Hattner takes a bonus action to hide. Mo is going to keep doing what he's doing, which is stab Haba twice.
Really, is Mo any different from a pet cat? Like,
both of these are gonna hit.
yeah, just like a cat.
Yep. This is really the narrative I'm here for. I'm just here for Mo now and nothing else.
I'm gonna... hang on.
8 points of piercing damage. And we've joked about it enough. All right. It's Habanero.
I was gonna move up 5 feet. Nero is gonna swing at the man that just bonked him with a...
With mace.
Yes, but first, Haba is going to cast Imbued Strike. So it's gonna give it an extra 2d6 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
Or not to hit, but damage-wise.
The damage.
Does hit. Yep. This is no advantage because I'm out of edicts. I'm assuming a 14 misses.
No, it hits.
Oh.
Just.
Plus, Right.
Unsurprisingly, this man does not withstand the force.
Okay. Right. That is my turn.
Alrighty.
So many goblins and thugs.
Yeah, it's and it's not ending anytime soon. This is only half of them. Funnily enough, that's the only person this goblin can see, and from this distance, he's going to take a shot. And he's gonna just hit Nero with a 17. 7 points of piercing damage. As this goblin threads the needle. You.
Nero is a pincushion this session.
Yeah, the man's looked better. On initiative count 20, Hattner is going to observe things that aren't exactly encouraging. And you guys not that you guys ever established anything for this sort of thing, you guys are going to hear a bird call. Which at the very least, Core, you of all people, having worked amongst various groups in your time, recognize as a retreat signal.
Okay.
Or at the very least, a hurry up and finish whatever you're doing. It's not about, it's going to get worse. Because, boy, howdy is it. Literally the whole gang's here.
Everybody, get in here.
I
I mean, it still has a fireball, maybe, but we don't know that.
you guys kind of do. You've seen Estella
Caster
fire.
before.
You've seen Estella
Yeah,
fireball a
that's
few
right, she
people. Yeah,
does.
you
Yeah,
you know what Estella can do. Funny, that's the exact opposite of a meme that's developed in my other. Guys that are close, I'm gonna add. Pardon me while I also roll another batch of new initiatives.
There.
You guys want to kill a gang today? This is how you kill a gang.
Probably decrease the crime rate.
I mean, it's not like, you know, the slums couldn't use it. You've heard about the terrible things they were doing here.
A little bit of population call. Get things in line.
All right.
Who's gonna pay for therapy after this? Pops? Pops better.
The goblin will attack Core, the short sword, and miss.
Thank you for missing me. I'm working on goblin stuff right now.
This one is... I'm terrified to know what that means later, but I'm gonna find out, I guess.
We're gonna find out in a few seconds.
This bandit's going to run up to Estella and attack her with two short swords. Miss once. Hit once. 7 points of slashing. This thug is going to turn onto Yelena. After Yelena arrived, Core seems like a much less significant threat.
Yeah, they're just killing people left and right.
Yeah, and he's going to miss. This guy's going to level his crossbow at Estella and hit with a natural 19. Not even a shield would save her. For 6 points of piercing. This guy is also going to turn onto Yelena and still miss. This is how you all quickly learn that they're basically all just stormtroopers. Yelena.
Alright. Let's start off by swinging into this one with the green flame blade, the one to my left and north. Still keeping my swords ignited from Poi.
Gonna hit.
So he takes 7 slashing and 3 fire. The goblin takes 6 fire.
Okay. The goblin is still alive, but he's screaming and screeching and trying to pad himself out.
And then she will turn around quickly and take her offhand attack on the one that is blocking the hallway.
All right. Yeah. 19. And it will kill him.
She is not a swashbuckler, so she is going to provoke. She steps into this hallway.
Yeah,
With these two.
The goblin rolls a natural 1. He's too busy being on fire. The thug, on the other hand, does hit with a natural 17. So,
Congratulations, you have done something the hag and the boss have failed to do,
yeah, 7 points of slashing damage.
but you still didn't get to the 10 HP.
Don't come on. Let them have this one victory.
I thought when you went over the goblin, I thought you had an extra. Like, wait, how did Yolina die?
Yelena, as you make your way into this hallway, you see 2 cells, one to your left and one to your right. Through the dim light of your swords, you see huddled in one corner, with a blanket pulled around them, is a small child to your left. And to the right, illuminated by the glow of your sword, is a dwarven woman, whose hands are just gripped tightly around the bars. She looks pretty well built, and her face is just kind of marred in scars, dark hair pulled back into a ponytail, and she just kind of sees you as, if you let me out of here, I'll help you fight your way out. Just got the goblin has the keys.
She'll glance down. Is it like obvious where they are, or is she gonna have to search?
Just make an investigation check. Even if at disadvantage. You kind of have to just like kick the goblin over to his side, but yeah, he's got a key ring on his belt.
Can I item interaction grab them?
Yep.
She'll do that.
You have the keys.
But she's going to look into the cell with the child and just say, "We're friends of Hattner and Pops. We're here to save you."
Her head perks up at that.
That's her turn.
Okay. Let's see. Well, Estella doesn't really like what's going on here. She's gonna make all of their days much worse. I think it's the play. Let me just go draw a shape real fast. Perhaps in the general idea of a large circle.
Estimate about a 20-foot radius.
Something about there. Let's see. Honestly, this is the size of the spell's ridiculous. So about there. It's just utterly ridiculous how big this spell is.
Some spells are more OP than others because they're intended for player characters
Yep.
or something.
Or something. For those of you who don't know, that is actually how that works. All right, yeah. Estella, after being attacked and struck several times, is now fed up, and with a single finger points in a spot in the darkness where a beam of red energy strikes out and then explodes. And a bunch of people need to make dex saves. 6 of them. I'm just gonna roll a handful of dice to speed this up. 1 success. And it stays at 1 success. Which I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't, unless as per usual for me, I roll garbage. I will probably kill everybody.
Well, the only thing I have to say to this is in the in-game chat, here you go, Dyer. I've given you exactly what we need right now.
Roll 20 is being kind of slow. That's frustrating.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at it in a second when I'm done trying to get fireball damage to roll. I'm just gonna go over here to the dice.
Oh my god, I just saw the GIF above.
Okay,
That's a good fireball.
Yeah, could have been much worse. And I lied. Even the guy who saved, they're all just gone. Poor bastards. A lot of these guys didn't even get into the initiative count. Or didn't even actually get to do anything in their initiative. Well, you don't piss off the sorcerer. Excuse me while I just go remove all these dead bodies from the initiative. Because boy, are there a lot of them now. All right. A bright flash of sorcerous energy fills the hall outside and shakes the foundation underneath all of your feet. There are multiple shouts and screams in the distance, and people aren't sure what to do right now. And a lot of the remaining gang members in the room seem to be quite shaken. Not entirely certain what's happened, but fearing for the lives of many of their comrades. Or while I go up.
All right. So Core will bonus action disengage. And we'll direct you to the in-game chat, and then we'll take a swing with the rapier. $16.
16 will hit. And thanks, I hate it.
19 points of damage.
All right. Unsurprisingly, he does not withstand the precision
ask,
attack.
What is the demeanor on his face?
As you're killing him?
Well, before the attack is made.
Oh, I mean, it seems kind of moot now that he's been murdered.
Well, yeah, that's fine. I'm just gonna determine whether it's gonna be
a little uncertainty. Again, he was still kind of gritting his teeth and ready to fight, but then after kind of seeing just the outline of Estella in the hallway and then multiple people screaming and then silence, uncertain is a good way to describe it.
I'm gonna roll D2. Non-lethal.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Core just gets in, and as he dashes there, he takes the end of his rapier, the handle, and just catches him like in the stomach, winding him. That's right, puppy. I didn't kill a person. Uh-huh.
Don't talk to me like that.
My dog wants attention. Alright, anyway. That is gonna be Core's turn.
Okay. Everyone gets their own rules to see what they're doing. This thug drops his weapon and turns and runs. Habanero.
I will be right back. I need to let them out because they are all looking at me. So give me like 5 minutes. Sorry.
Or we could take a break.
I'm fine with doing that. I can delay my turn.
All right. Let's take a 5.
Sure.
Sounds good.
And we'll be back real quick while Dawn takes his dogs out and everyone else stretches their legs. We'll see you back in a second.
All right, I'm back. Oh, did we go
Welcome
break?
back. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Had to take care of them real quick.
I am
We're all good.
Or are
No.
you?
I would hope so. Jeez, I didn't think that Yelena would be such a murder machine, but here we are.
Stab, stab, stab.
Stab, stab, stab.
What's that? You kidnapped a little girl and we're planning on selling her? Guess it's murder time.
I mean, I
Every
know
single
what
one of you is guilty.
I mean, yeah. I mean, Cora's not gonna have an issue with it. Little hypocritical for him to knock someone, unconscious, only to have him killed later. But you know what?
You're not gonna want to be awake for that, but
we all have our ethics. Besides, I know exactly what we're in for the moment. That we were like slavers. Who's in our party? Yelena. Okay. There we go.
She's very happy to have gotten the killing blow on the
On
boss.
both of them.
Still sitting here and being like, oh god, Yelena went this entire combat without taking damage until Mook number 32 decided to hit her in the back.
Mm-hmm. What a mistake for them. I mean, I don't know what else is in this compound, but it feels like we have this. I don't know though.
It could be bigger than we think it is, though.
Yeah, I mean this is only half of them. I mean, I've got a healing potion on me, and that's all I have for resources here.
I've got a couple of spell slots left, not many.
Yeah, I've got a 3rd level healing potion
what do I have left?
for
Always.
break glass in case of emergencies. So I don't really know. We'll see.
I've got some healing potions.
I have 2 first level spell slots. I actually have some healing potion patches on me.
Yeah.
Like a nicotine patch, or
No, on my robe, useful items.
so like a nicotine patch.
Yes.
You don't even take the potion out of the patch, you just slap the patch onto someone.
Can we do that? Can that be how it is?
No. It would be very funny, but it cuts out one of the disadvantages to the robe, which is the need to item interaction the patch off and then use the actual item to produce.
Yeah, I have 4 first level healing potions, or level 1 healing potions.
That's pretty good still.
Yeah, he's going to continue to get a lot of mileage out of that item. I rolled very well on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, that's the robe of useful items is just
Pretty useful.
Useful.
yeah, as per the name.
I've got an iron door I can throw to seal up one of these things. I've got 2 horses. We want to throw 2 horses into the fight, have them maybe trample a dude as they're trying to escape.
Please.
It really depends if they're like draft horses or riding horses or war horses.
They're
I think they're
horses.
riding horses. Yeah.
Yeah, they're riding horses.
Probably not going to be doing too much trampling.
Speaking of Haba making questionable decisions, it's his turn.
It's true. Hi, I'm to make a questionable decision. Do we take out Mo? I feel like we have to get rid of Mo. No.
That's up to you. If he's
We'll
got a
go
unique
last.
token, Dyer made it.
No, I gave him a name. You made a unique token.
I don't
Yeah.
recall that.
You're the one that's been bonding with Mo. It'll be hard to switch for you.
Sure, I can't do it. You're right.
It's like putting down your favorite cat.
Yep. Alright, Hava. Burn a first level spell slot. Heal up. What are we rolling? 9. We take that.
It's okay, because Mo's about to double down on fighting you to the death, and he's going with the new boss.
He's gonna get layer actions.
He becomes a goblin boss. He just evolves.
Turns into a hobgoblin.
His token just changes mid-combat.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I'm gonna swing at this man. This is a 16 hit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Sorry,
the goblin that's
little
trying to put himself out. Yeah.
one. Alright, I hit the attack button again, not the damage.
Mm-hmm.
There we go, 12 slashing damage.
He wishes it was 8 damage.
He doesn't care what he wishes it for because all of it kills him. The giant knife swing separates his goblin into multiple pieces. He is no longer worried about putting himself out because he's dead.
He's ingredient die now.
He is ingredient item.
Okay. They would never cut up something like a humanoid for food.
Are you sure?
They've cut up a humanoid.
If you say it now, I'm absolutely going to give you crap for it if you do it.
You know what? Fine. The jury's still out on that one.
Yeah, you gotta
we'll come across a mind flayer, and I want to make some what's the calamari? Some mind flayer calamari.
A little brain
later.
pudding.
Ooh.
Anyway, anything else from Haba and Arrow?
Horrifying. No, that's it.
Okay. Mo's gonna make a check like everyone else on their turns to see what he's gonna do. And Mo proceeds to do the most goblin-like thing he's ever done, which is throw his knives to the ground and fall to his knees.
He gets to live then.
Well, it's negotiable.
That's great. Great.
I'm dreading
Hattner
that
is going to
coming up.
stay very well protected after witnessing what just happened outside in the halls there. So he's not going to do anything. This goblin is going down with the ship, apparently. He's going to shoot the only person he can from this angle, which is Narrow. He's really trying to go down with the ship. Natural 19. How many more crossbow bolts can we hit Narrow with? 4 points of piercing damage.
Oh my gosh. He looks like a hedgehog now.
Well, he is blue.
Every time he gets
Oh.
hit, he drops like 20 coins.
It's just falling down the grate, all of my money.
All right, the kind of important moment. We got a bunch of NPCs that are arriving out into the hall, and they are bearing witness to what were all of their fellows that just went ahead of them.
Estella's just like, oh wow, I have a second verse, same as the first.
Mark, go on ahead. I just need to grab my sword. Mark?
yeah, basically. He was one day away from retirement.
As if they've got a union or something.
Yep.
They've got a pension.
Mm-hmm.
Their boss cared for their own ranks, but outside of everything else, it was terrible.
Mm-hmm. They enter into the hallway and they can just see the small, burning, charred remains of their previous allies. And with the rolls I've made, they are going to begin running. No one else but Estella basically witnesses these dozen or so other miscreants turn the corner and then have a pause and then begin just running off into the darkness. At a full-on dash. How's he feeling about life? Nope. He's going down with the ship. Nero, you get a sword attack. Nero, you don't get hit. You're fine. Elena.
I want to take a moment to kind of try to get a read on this dwarf. Make sure I'm not, or try to make sure I'm not about to release a mass murderer who happened to be captured by these people.
All right, fair. You're more than welcome to make an insight check.
It's a disadvantage. 13.
Oh no, disadvantage. What's the other one? Oh, right, 13. That's still pretty good. Well, so again, a lot of their demeanor is very easy to read into. They very clearly don't like being captured. They are more than interested in aiding a group of people that have arrived and are putting the screws to the bandits that captured her. Again, quick once over of their appearance, looks like they are a warrior or a fighter of some type. They've seen several battles based off of all the scarring you can observe on their hands, forearms, and face. There's no look in their eye that's like lusting for blood. Just like a set, determined kind of grimace. Like, hurry up, let me out so we can do this. Not really understanding that the outcome in the room beyond is in your favor.
Okay. She'll let them out. She'll unlock the door.
Thank you. Do you have a weapon?
She kind of just kicks the goblin next to her.
Fair enough. She'll armor herself with the crossbow and daggers.
And is that item interaction or an action to open the door?
Item interaction.
Alright, she'll use her action to get another one to open the other door.
Okay. When you do, it does not take much for Eliel to charge out of the cell and basically wrap her arms around your waist.
She's gonna pick her up. She's not gonna move from there for now because she wants to make sure the others can clear the path. Just gonna hold the child defensively.
Initiative. Sweet. Good solid. Okay. Stella observes there's no one else coming. Step into the room. Going to see one person still resisting. And is gonna give him the bop. The good old firebolt.
Hey, you did it!
I did it!
That good damage.
Yeah, the damage wasn't bad either. And pointedly, this man does not survive. Takes the firebolt to the chest. Oh, never mind. He was unconscious. What am I even saying?
Yeah,
or he was
about to
sorry,
say, like,
I completely
if he wants
forgot.
the coup de, if they want a coup de grace, like, that's fine.
No, I missed the symbol. There are a lot of things going on this map. You have to forgive me.
That's okay.
We rescind. In which case, there's enough logic here for Estella to have observed the crossbow bolts coming in from the hallway, and is going to instead murder that guy. The goblin now super dead. Yep. Other than Mo, and this dude who doesn't know his situation, that's actually the last threatening combatant you have. And so we are actually out of initiative. Believe it or not.
Music.
Dwarf gets out ready to fight. Looks around, fights over already.
Yeah, like turns the corner like almost like SWAT style with the crossbow, like oh. Alright. Fine.
Core stabs into the hag's body one more time for good measure.
Yep. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Eileen's gonna
Body just
carry the child out, kind of trying to not step on bodies too much, and call for Hattner.
Blue.
It takes about a solid minute or so. By minute, I mean like 15 seconds when Hattner arrives.
What is it, Core?
This guy's still alive. Middle of the fighting and everything. He just kind of looks around the blood and everything that's kind of going on here.
This is a bloodbath, by the way. I feel like it's easy to sort of miss in the mishmash of combat. There are a lot of dead and slain people in this world.
Yep.
It's a very good thing we're standing on graded floor.
Yes, it's convenient.
Core just sort of has maybe a little bit of a faraway look in his eyes as he's kind of going through this. I guess I got a little soft. He looked like he wanted to run, but I don't know. Up to you what you want to do with him, I guess. I don't really know. How about this? I'll take a look around and make sure that there ain't too much other trouble. Make sure that there's no other surprise. I'm not gonna go far. I think I just need to get away from the smell for a moment. Who's that? Corp.
The dwarf. He was a captive. Said they'd fight with us, but well, the fight's over.
Hello.
Hi. So, how you doing?
Better that I'm not back in the cell anymore.
Uh-huh, and, what's your story?
I was a peacekeeper working in the Green Ward. I caused some problems for the Yellow Hand, and they beat me to an inch of my life and then threw me into a cell down here in their base. And I've been here ever since. Go for it.
Double 16s.
There's really there's no guile or deception that you can detect. The body language seems they carry themselves with a certain amount of confidence. When they exited the hallway, they seemed still very ready to fight, and they're still a bit on edge now. But very quickly you can tell they're someone observing the room that has seen or experienced enough combat that this doesn't faze them.
Yeah, I will say that Core probably looks a little crazy at the moment.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, a little bit.
He's got the wild eyes.
The
at
wild
the moment.
eyes. Yeah.
Yeah, after seeing the Claire things and then just seeing, yeah, no, congratulations, here's another bloodbath for you. He doesn't look the most sound, but hey, maybe the fact that he's talking about the fact that he couldn't kill someone, is slightly reassuring. So Core, begins wiping his weapon after, and, says, a bit collectedly, well, I guess it's a good thing we came along then.
I'm certainly glad you did. I didn't think I was getting out of here anytime.
Alright.
Do you think as a peacekeeper you'd be able to help us get back into the city with something questionable?
Well, former peacekeeper. But Probably. I still know people and have contacts.
Just, like, kicks the hag's corpse a little bit.
Do I want to know why you need to sneak a body back into the city?
It's a hag, and we're trying to find the others. Could be useful.
Alright, well, it's not good a business, but you're trying to get to the bottom of it. Yeah, I can probably help with that.
She nods, and Yelena's gonna take some time to search through the hag's body and see if she finds anything of note.
Go for it. Make an investigation check.
6.
Not great. The hag travels light. The only thing you find worth of note is attached to their belt, which is a leather pouch containing many unusual and mildly unsettling what look like spell components. Pieces of rubbery skin, bloodshot eyes. You're pretty sure a set of like skinned lips, things of that nature.
Yeah, not nice stuff. She's gonna begin like tearing some cloth and everything off of some of the other bodies and just makeshift body bag kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was like tapestries or banners that are in this room that could also easily be repurposed for such a thing.
Perfect. She'll use this.
While this is going on, Core just moves into here and he just starts looking around the room.
Yep.
Just seeing if there's anything remotely interesting or useful here.
Yeah, go for it. An investigation check.
That will be 15.
Okay. Well, there are a couple of things that you do notice right away. I mean, clearly on the table there are a couple of piles of coinage, not a small sum at all. There are 2 rolled up scrolls and a couple of potion vials. And nearby there is in fact a very obvious locked chest, a large chest, bigger than you are, Core.
Okay. Core is going to do the first thing here, which is with a separate bag, begin looting the room carefully. Potion vials will go on his person because they are easy to carry and he can hold them without them being an issue whatsoever. Same with probably the scroll tubes, and the money will go in a separate pouch for counting later. Any documents or anything like that also will get kind of sorted in their own thing. The chest will wait till other people come, because if it's trapped, the last thing Core wants to do is set something off when he is a bit messed up.
Fair enough.
So that's what he's going to be doing in the meanwhile. What is it, like 3, specifically the counts, so I can just put like a note on my sheet.
How much money you're looking at?
No, well, not even the money. I'll just put money, but the vials and scrolls. What is it, 2 scroll tubes?
2 scroll tubes, 3 potions.
3 potions.
And honestly, at a glance, 2 of those 3 potions look like healing potions.
2 healing, 1 unknown.
Yeah.
Alright. Alright. I've put a note on my sheet.
Nero, you think you're up for carrying this thing out of here? You took quite a beating.
Day's work. I want to go and I want to inspect the big man's. At the very least, I'm taking that shield that knocks me on my butt a few times.
All right. Well, yeah, the shield is, slightly larger than average. It's rimmed and then raised in the center with a large four-sided spike set in the center. Looks like, as you experienced, it's looks like it can cause some damage.
Okay. Alright. Does he have anything else of note on his body?
Make an investigation check. Because the obvious ones are the sword and the shield he was wielding.
Okay. I'll have Hava come help him inspect this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We'll have Hava make the check. 15.
All right. You do some looking through. He has a couple of things on him. You find one, he's wearing a pendant of some sort. It is in the shape of a skull face, set in onyx. It's a little menacing at first glance. You kind of look at the helmet, which took a beating, but the helmet itself didn't sustain much in the way of damage. The helmet itself appears to be, looking a little bit closer, you can notice a couple of runes, appears to be magical.
Snag that. And then is he wearing like any specific type of armor? Or is he
Half-plate.
more half plate? Okay, so yeah, so nothing there. Okay. Alright. That's all for me then.
All right. Next up.
We go back to Yelena, I think.
Yelena's just making sure that that Hattner has the girl.
Mm-hmm.
Just also kind of checking up on him to see that he's okay.
Hattner looks completely fine. Well, you know what? Make an insight check. There's a tiny bit more to read into this.
6.
Hattner seems completely fine.
All right. But other than that, she's just kind of wiping off her blades a little bit and getting ready to head out. She doesn't really want to stay here much longer. It smells like blood and sewage.
Yeah, it's very unpleasant. And burnt hair and flesh also, don't forget that.
Yeah, she's prestidigitating herself clean a bit.
Shower.
All right, well, Hattner takes Aliel, wraps his cloak around her, and is, kind of doing the classic adult-child thing where he's kind of shielding her eyes from the absolute carnage that is filled the room. But he's going to start leading her out the way you guys came in. Any last minutes before everyone makes their way out?
I've got 2 things.
Go on.
The goblin But also, Core is going to double check their barracks because he knows where that is.
Okay.
Which he'll make his way out, and he'll say, "Blue." There's a locked chest in here, pretty big, probably valuables inside. There's things worth taking in this room, and I mean worth taking. I'm gonna look across the other way, because that's where the living quarters were. If there's anything here, I'm gonna give it a quick sweep, and then we can be on our way. But I want to open that chest.
Shit odds.
Core makes his way towards Mo.
Okay. He's still in the corner, cowering.
You got a name?
The boss calls me Mo.
Oh my god. It's happening.
Yeah, it's happening.
What kind of life you want to live, Mo?
Happy one.
Happy one? What's a happy one to you? Do you like serving people who abduct children, sell them to nightmare monsters?
No.
No?
No.
You want to make something of yourself? You want to do good? You want to help people out?
Yeah.
Korg is going to give him like a very firm look. And I'm going to try to roll persuasion here. Of course, just going to say very levelly, listen. There was a lot of fighting, and you're alive. And you should do something with that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean it. You don't have to hurt people. It might seem hard, but you don't have to. I know a guy who would be more than happy to help you out. His name's Pops. Is a bit of a way from here. I'll give you an address. And if you mean it, and if you really, really do mean it, I'm sure he'd be happy to help you.
Make a persuasion check?
Sure.
Hopefully that exhaustion doesn't kick you in the butt.
It might. It's a base 14.
Could have been better.
Yeah, I mean, you can't help bad rolls sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Got our 42 damage crit. What do you want?
Mm-hmm.
So Core just says this
Yeah.
through like exhaustion and things here. It's like clear the battle has taken a toll on him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I just want to keep on living. Is the Pops guy in the city?
Yeah.
Oh. That might make it hard.
Might use to make it hard.
Because guards don't like goblins. For the record, it is not common to see a goblin walking in the streets inside the city. They are predominantly only seen in the slums outside the walls. There was a reason why there was a large number of them in this group.
Core contemplates. I don't know if I want to take you there myself, but he kind of pauses. Because that's not my decision, that's Oliver's decision. I'd be happy to give you some things to send you on your way.
Mm-hmm.
After all, you did try to kill us.
I still am bleeding a little bit from those cuts.
That's all right.
It's fine. It's fine.
Didn't
Core.
Mm.
Let me actually look at this. I think I actually have this. I'm gonna give him a spare change of common clothes. Size for a
Okay.
small creature.
convenient.
Yeah. I have it. I'm gonna give him. Subtracting these from my sheet. I am wearing those at the moment.
Yeah, don't give the man the clothes off your back.
Core just pulls out a spare bag. Has a blanket, has some common clothes in it. There's a bag to carry it in, and in that is also 5 gold pieces, and he puts it in front of Mo.
He will kind of stare at it, and then kind of like someone afraid that you're going to like slap them when they do something, he kind of reaches out for it and then like takes it really quickly and retracts.
Oh, one more thing. Core pulls out a packaged bar of soap.
Mm-hmm.
Subtracting that. Clean yourself up. Make yourself look decent. Dress up. Take a wagon. That money should cover that. And he'll tell them Pops' address. Go there. Wait for Pops. He's a big half-orc man. Are they half-orcs still in this setting?
There are half-orcs, but and Pops is a half-orc, but it's not uncommon to see full-blooded orcs.
Yeah.
Pops is a half-orc.
Yeah, gives him the general description of them. Make sure that he's got his address. Actually, he's gonna ask, "Can you read?"
Not so good.
Okay. Then Cora will do what he does and give him a description of the house in ways that, I guess the best way we could describe it is a street rat would probably be able to get to.
Mm-hmm.
Just very look at landmarks, go that way, and it should be this basically the description of the house here with if there's numbers in front of it, give a description of what those numbers look like.
Mm-hmm.
Tell them that, and we'll just tell him, and that's I think all I'm about willing to do for you. If you're sincere, he'll help you out. He'll help you get you on your feet, and I think things will start going in a better direction for you. Just, try not to screw it up. You don't want to end up with people like these. People like these, they're not good.
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
You get a bed in there? Because I'm going to be taking anything else.
I have a pack of stuff.
You should probably go and get that.
Okay, I'm going to.
Alright, Cora's just going to generally just loot the room.
Yeah. It's a small little personal quarters.
Okay. Cora will not take his stuff when he's going through it, but
Mo doesn't go to that room.
Okay.
Mo moseys on over to here.
Ah, okay. Yeah. I don't know if Core finds anything of particular note, but
Make an investigation check.
sure. 13.
I mean, there are 3 footlockers, 2 of which are currently sitting open. They look like and 2 beds that are completely disheveled, like people had just rolled out of them, which you suspect belong to some of the poor mooks that came out of the room just outside, that have been slashed and burned by Yelena. You know, there's a set of armor. There's a couple of like just personal items. There's a book in one. There's probably there's a small coin pouch with a little bit of coinage in it. You know, really nothing out of the ordinary or crazy that you're expecting to find.
Okay. Core's like looking for like, oh, on the off chance this guy saved up and he had a healing potions for like in case of emergencies or something like that. I don't think he's interested in taking anybody's personal effects or trying to pawn off anything here. So even if it's just like a little bit of coinage, that's useful. He'll take that, but then the chest is going to be the big focus, which he's going to ask for help with.
Okay. I mean, prior to everyone's exit then, who would like to help Core with the chest?
You're going to go open it?
Yeah, I'm planning on it. I just want help in case it's trapped. I don't really know how much more punishment I can take. Not as bad as Nero, though.
Nero just like hobbles up. I might as well do it. I mean, that's all I can help. I've already taken a beating today. Almost one more.
That's not what we do, Nero.
I'll be fine.
I just hope that we don't, I just hope that all this doesn't mess up the kid. Kids shouldn't see things like this.
Just don't get yourself blown up by a trap. Yelena's gonna pass her last bardic die to Core.
Mm-hmm.
And I will roll my Thieves Tool at disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna burn his remaining spell slots to heal Nero.
What's your bardic die, Yelena?
D8.
With disadvantage, we rolled a 29.
Oh, well, you know, that's not too bad. That might do it.
Yeah.
DC 30.
Yep.
Ooh.
You were
This
never
contains
meant
the
to
lit-
get inside.
We opened this up and it contains the Lich's phylactery.
Mhm.
We didn't even know there was a Lich in this campaign yet.
The Hand of Vechna.
It just comes here and it just Core, make a save versus punch.
It's a crawling hand. It beats you up. But no. You do manage to open the chest. You know, as a point of order for future chest cracking things, if you're trying not to get yourself blown up by a trap, you typically want to investigate the chest first for traps versus just opening the chest. Just gonna put that one out.
That's perfectly fine.
Okay. However, in this particular circumstance, there is no trappy boom boom. And you manage to open the chest, and inside is a chest, a large chest, remember, larger than you, Core, filled to the brim with coinage, predominantly gold and silver. Mixed in, there's also a couple of just shiny looking objects. There's a bronze crown set with sapphires. There's a like a gold bird figurine trimmed in silver. All of it's very pretty. Most of it you think will fetch a pretty coin resold on the market somewhere.
And to the victors go the spoils. It's a lot. Well, Cora's got to think about like how he wants to do this.
Considering it is way more than any one person can carry.
Yeah, we'd have to divvy the weight. Any thoughts, Blue?
Well, Nara's probably going to be carrying the body as the next strongest.
Cor would probably actually have a sense of that, wouldn't he?
By now, yeah, probably.
Who is the next strongest? Is that
It is the Amazonian goddess Estella,
Stella can, but
she can't.
Man.
She can't carry this chest.
she can't carry all of it.
This is again. This is heavy. It's a half pound per 10 coins. So here, let me actually like figure out. What's a pound per 10 coins? Let me figure out what the math is.
We could have Stella carry the hag and Nero lift the chest.
Well, the idea would be
Possibly.
if you can just grab a bag, stuff it full of coins, and then just put that like somewhere. That could work. But I don't know how well your robe handles money.
Don't really have anything for that.
So was there a question directed at me?
No, I just asked.
No.
I asked Cider how well the robe handles money.
I mean, it's just a normal robe. Like, I don't have any like extra deep pockets or anything.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not a haversack.
Yeah.
What if we had a Stella and Nero carry each like one end of the chest,
That could work.
Yeah,
and then
I think that's probably the best bet, honestly, if you both just did that. The alternative I have is you could empty... I'm willing to get rid of the water skin, the hammer, the crowbar, and I'm willing to get rid of... By now, I've probably cut up apart that rope pretty well. I could carry 21 pounds of coins in my backpack. And that could lighten that. And I would just
we
have to
still
remember to
get that
buy...
part. I was gonna say we still have the hag.
Yep.
Do we need to take the entire body, or could we like just take the head? Do you guys think?
We should probably take the entire body.
That's fair. I don't want that thing coming back as just like, oh, here's the headless hag. She got an upgrade.
Honestly, Cora is probably of the opinion of burning the body of the leader, also to make sure that he doesn't come back.
If I doubled Nero's carrying capacity, would he be able to carry the chest by himself?
Hmm.
That is that's a great question. Time to go do the carrying capacity math real quick.
I have a strength of 16.
It's like 15 times your strength score.
Yeah.
So it'd be 30 times your strength score.
And we're looking at a 16 for Nero?
Yeah.
Huh, I thought it was higher.
I mean, I've mostly been putting it into con because
You'd
want to
be able to
survive.
carry. You'd be able to carry
480 pounds roughly, which
including all of your equipment, yeah, you'd be just about within reasonable range.
Yeah.
I'm assuming, what is this, enhance ability?
Full strength.
Yeah, lasts for an hour. It'll get you most of the way to the city, but it won't get you all the way home. It'll get you to a place where you can get a carriage or a wagon.
Yeah, that's all we need.
Yeah, yeah, that'll work.
Such a useful spell.
It really, really is. People, I feel like, don't value it enough.
Even just having advantage on, like, a check that you need to have advantage on.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. I really wish Sam was here so we could know how Estella would handle having to carry a disgusting, leaky hag body for over an hour.
Yeah.
I imagine Estella would gripe and groan about it.
Yep.
Since it's Estella carrying it, not Darrow, Yelita will actually help carry it slightly with all of her 7 strength.
I think
Because
it's
their
You want Hava
favoritism.
too?
No, I guess Hava can if he wants.
He's got average.
Yelita's got 7 strength and a level of exhaustion, so she's really not much in a carrying mood right now.
Hava will help with that.
well, so the trick is Estella doesn't need help. She's a strong girl.
She's gonna-
Like Estella works out. Like when she's not like with you guys, she's at home doing CrossFit and Pilates. Like she's in good shape.
Like maybe it's more like the idea of instead of having to carry it right up against your body, you kind of carry it like you would a table, so that none of the juices leak onto you.
under the arms, and someone's got the legs. Yeah. Fair.
Is there like a rug we can wrap her around in, like wrap the hag in?
As previously mentioned, there are
wrapped her.
tapestries in the room.
Yeah, Yelita wrapped her up.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, she's
I'm
been
sorry.
rolled. She's been rolled up like an enchilada already.
got it.
It's much like the straw man. We really don't want to be too obvious that we're carrying a body.
How many more bodies can you get caught carrying in the city? Let's find out. Like we used to
Why do I
straw
have a
man,
feeling
like
this
it was
is, like, gonna be the
obvious
last
something
time
weird was
either?
going on. This just looks like he murdered someone. Hags are
See,
people
there,
too.
It's not the last time.
No, they
Will it happen again?
Protest signs are going to start coming out.
I mean, I believe it 100%.
All right. So with enhance ability, Narrow can carry the chest. You could also sweep the other coinage into the chest that you found on the table without having to worry about that. If you would like, Core.
Sure.
Otherwise, yeah, Narrow can handle that. Estella can carry the hag wrapped up in the tapestry. Hattner has Aliel and is still just like very slowly just walking her back the way you guys came. He's not waiting for anyone. You know, they're not running, but he's not keeping her around.
Yeah, Core is gonna, since he's literally carrying nothing, he's gonna be keeping up with them.
All right.
I don't know if he's gonna say much, but he's definitely gonna
Right,
try and he's gonna try and basically make sure that Oh yeah, are we gonna do anything about that guy that's on the ground?
That's up to you guys. You tried to give Mo a redemption arc. Are you gonna wait? You gonna wait until he comes up and gonna give him the Skyrim opening?
Yelita's thought right now is I could kill him, but if he wakes up and warns other people about us, it'll scare people straight.
Or if they rally, we have to come back.
Well, you did. Upon further inspection, after again, probably what's a solid like half hour of you guys getting your crap together and just sort of sorting through everything. You know, you probably realized you killed at least between everybody in the room and then Estella. You guys killed like 20 some odd people. Like, you feel like the gang's numbers are really thin. And they probably won't survive out here in the slums anymore with as small numbers as they have.
And they lost their leader.
yeah, unless one of the other thugs that survived tries to step up and is actually a brutal bastard, it's not likely they'll get a foothold again until someone stronger comes back into the fold. Because as you guys found out, the leader was clearly very dangerous, right? So unless they get another person like that to take the helm, everyone else could easily get beaten down. Because it's rough out here in the slums.
They don't have the numbers to be intimidating anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They're gonna
So-
come back in a year. They're gonna be
I
ran
guess,
two-knife Mo.
After we get everything done here, Core will just raise the question about our unconscious buddy there on the ground. So, what's the verdict with him?
Leave him be.
Should we at least tie him up? Take some,
Nah.
Oh,
If we tie him up, he's dead.
that's fair.
I don't really care whether he lives or dies, but if anything, he'll be able to spread word about what happened.
That's kind of double-edged. But, I don't oppose to it necessarily. And like I said, he looked like he wanted to turn tail and run. I don't know. Maybe he'll learn something from it. Like Pop thinks some people just end up in these type of situations here because they really don't know what else to do with themselves. He might not be a bad guy deep down, but I would certainly say that he's kind of a stupid one. You don't get yourself involved with these types of people and expect to walk out of it cleanly. Usually it takes something like this in order to even break that hold. He'll either live and just be here, or he'll just go back to the crap that he was doing. Maybe he'll change. I don't know.
Yeah, well, you're just talking in circles at this point. If I thought otherwise, I would have killed him already.
Look, I'm tired, so I want to
Let's
do
get
the easy
moving.
thing and just walk away. Yeah. This place reeks.
As Nero's just standing there with this heavy chest.
I like it if we gotta move on. This is heavy.
Well, eventually, following the way you guys entered, you will re-emerge into the day's sunlight in the exterior of the Green Ward from the large sewer pipe, bespeckled in the remains of many of the once enforcers and terrorizers of this area. Even though you are carrying, obviously, Nero in particular, a very valuable thing, and many people in the Green Ward would kill over, you lot are a bit of a haunting appearance, and many people keep their distance from you, afraid of what might befall them.
Probably a very good reason.
If any of you have played Dragon Age, you know how their gore effects work on characters? That's kind of what you guys look like right now. I'm assuming you guys are heading back to the city?
Yeah, probably would tow with that dwarven ex-peacekeeper, right?
Yeah, she's been hanging out with you guys. Just kind of leading the way. She seems pretty familiar with the ins and outs of the Green Ward when you guys get outside.
You got a place to go?
I'm already home. I'm just seeing you guys to the gate.
Alright. How long were you down there?
She stops, looks around. How black and blue is my face?
You got a face only a mother would love.
Well, then, not as long as I thought. Probably about a week.
Well, at least your spirit's not broken.
It'd take a lot more than that.
Mm-hmm. We're planning on heading to Fate's Edge Orphanage in the 1st District. We got other kids to find, and with this hag dead, that'll be at least one less problem that we have to deal with. I don't know, maybe if you're worth No, I don't want to say it like that. I'm sorry. If you want to get yourself involved, by all means, but I'd understand if you wouldn't want to.
I've already got a mission out here, boy. If I leave the Green Ward, more people like these guys will roll in, and with this sickness that's taking over, we'll just start abusing people and robbing from them what they have. I choose to stay out here. I tried to keep the peace. Just because I don't wear the banner anymore doesn't mean I'm not doing my job.
Alright.
But if you ever need a friend in a low place, well, you can count on me.
What was your name?
Nico Tahiri.
Nico?
Nico.
Core.
Pleasure, Core.
You got a nice name, it's easy to remember. It's got a nice ring to it, too.
Well, thank you. Well, suppose you should thank my ancestors. Either way, I know a guard that we can bribe to get you into the city without them having to inspect your goods. It's not often you have to sneak a body in so brazenly.
That'd probably be good. Go ahead.
Lead the way then. I don't think any of us want to stay out here longer than we have to.
Oh, very well. I don't blame you. Let's keep moving. It's only going to get worse the further in the day we get.
Hattner.
Yeah.
You holding up okay, buddy?
I'm doing fine. We got Allie. That's all I care about.
And how's Allie doing? Cord looks at the child.
She looks at you with these bright green eyes and kind of takes a moment where she sort of just like looks you up and down and takes you in.
He just looks small and tired, and it looks like he's just trying to wrap his head around the situation here. Like he's just really trying to do his best.
I'm doing all right. Those men were mean, but I'm safe now.
I heard you like reading.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like poetry?
Mm-hmm.
I know someone you might like when we get back to the 1st District. I want to introduce you to a friend of mine. No, she's really nice. She's pretty smart.
They also have a library.
Yeah, they do. There's a lot of books. They've got 2 floors even. They read stories. And you know, some of Hattner's other friends are there too. There's a lot of nice people there, and I'm sure Pop's, you know, peace around too. And you know, nice warm meal we can get you. You know, and you won't have to worry about any of these mean people. Cor just kind of gives like a tired smile.
Yeah. And she just kind of looks at you, and then you're not quite sure how to take the expression, but she responds with, "I do know what an orphanage is."
Cor just gives like a little bit of a laugh. And he just says, all right, I get it. Listen, I'm just glad that you're okay, all right?
You will see as Allie waves a hand in some of the muck and grime that's sort of gathered around part of your shoulder from during the fight, just kind of whisks itself away. Like it was an obvious, like, just glaring nastiness you couldn't really get off yourself. But tiny little flecks of magic has now cleaned it.
Thanks for that. I ain't never really been too good with the magic kind of stuff. That's more her stuff. He gestures to Estella.
Somewhere has found a bag of chicken chips. Eventually, you will make your way to the gate into the city. It's busy, but you have the advantage that you do not have a cart and therefore do not have to go through the thorough inspection. In fact, when you get there and you eventually wait through the queue of foot traffic to go in, Nico asks for a particular guard. A Cobel, and eventually you see that there's a brief exchange between the two of them. Cor, it's very obvious to you there's a pass off of gold in a handshake, and you just see the guard sort of look up over to you guys and he waves you in, and you get through the checkpoint without issue. Nico will say their polite goodbyes and turn back into the Green Ward.
All right, well, I guess I'll go get us a carriage.
This would normally be Estella's gig, but she's carrying a dead body currently.
Yep. Yelena will go tail that a carriage.
All right. How nice of a carriage are you aiming for?
Not a particularly nice one.
And
one that maybe wouldn't mind carrying what appears to be an obvious dead body.
No, it's just a nice rolled up carpet. Mm-hmm.
The kind of carriage where the driver doesn't ask questions.
Right. All right. Well, you know, you're in the 4th district. It's slightly more hoity-toity here, but you managed to find one that will not ask questions for a slightly increased gold cost.
That is fine.
So in addition to a gold a head per district, an extra 10 gold fee for his silence. And he will happily carry whatever you want on his carriage.
Sounds good. She'll pay that.
So it's 3 gold a head for the district change. So hang on. We have many people in tow. And by many people I mean plus a child and a hat. So
21 gold?
it's something up there, so hang on. 5 of you, Hattner, child, yeah, 21. And then 10 for his silence, so 31.
She will pay it.
And thank you. And wordlessly, he helps you load all of your stuff onto the carriage. Including strapping down the chest. And he asks if you want to carry the tapestry inside the carriage or if you want to strap it to the outside of the carriage.
Inside is probably better.
It'll be a little cramped. This hag was not as small. Plus, you know, the other 7 bodies that you are cramming into the interior of this. But you can all fit in there. It's not going to be the most comfortable carriage ride ever. Let alone the smell is not pleasant. This hag, this woman, now that you realized getting her outside of the Green Ward and into the interior of the city where the air is much cleaner, you realize she actually just smells. She's just
really just
unpleasant.
Like trying to prestidigitate some better smells onto the cloth to kind of drown it out. That's not doing too much.
No, it's just like taking an air freshener into like a porta potty and hoping it does something. It just smells like poop and flowers now, you know? It doesn't get rid of the other one. But you know, you take what you get. You open up the carriage windows and you do your best to just get fresh air circulating for what is a cramped 4-hour ride back to the first district.
At the very least, we're getting pretty used to cramping ourselves into a carriage by now.
Yeah. This is the least nice carriage. Well, it's not the least nice carriage. It's actually one of the middle tier carriages you guys have been in, but it does not have the ample legroom or the snack capacity you guys have gotten used to.
Are we able to take a short rest along the way?
Oh, here, I'm just gonna find out. Here, weird one. We're gonna determine this. I want you all to make constitution checks. If you roll lower than a 10, you cannot get a short rest due to just sheer discomfort.
That is Hava. This is Nero. Hey.
It's cramped. It's smelly. It's just an unpleasant time. Stella, who is fun. Well, if you
Constitution modifier,
if you rolled a, huh?
Sorry. Never mind.
To
Sorry.
hit dice, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you added you add your con mod to every hit dice.
Okay.
Like I said, you could also just click the hit dice button on the sheet. I'm gonna roll for Stella. Nice, keeping up the trend. Let's just roll 3. Alright, that's a good number.
I don't actually need to spend any, but I get my bardic die back.
All right. Wait, bards get their the bardic inspiration die back at 5 on a short rest?
Yeah, I believe it's at 5. It's a font of inspiration.
Oh, look at that.
Is It is a level 5 feature. It's a very good one at that.
Yeah, it is. For some reason, I was thinking it was at 6.
I get that in 3rd level spells, then I wait until 6 to get extra attack from Swords Bard.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, some of you managed to rest and recuperate despite the conditions. I'm assuming your destination was back to the orphanage?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yelena spends most of the trip doing the same thing she's kind of done for all the other children. It's just play with a little bit of fire. She gets the feeling that Alia will probably appreciate the showmanship a little bit.
Mm-hmm. She begins asking you a lot of questions about how you do it.
Yelena will go into telling her about the gloves that she has and the enchantment on them, and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
At least what she knows about it.
Yeah, you learn very quickly. Allie is very smart for her age, and has a decent grasp of magic. She herself shows you that she knows a couple of cantrips, and has a good understanding about how magic is applied in order to make magical items. So like she like grills you on the gloves. You can tell, if given the right circumstances, she's probably got a pretty bright future somewhere.
Yeah, I think Yulia probably thinks to herself, like, yeah, if she stays at the orphanage, she's probably going to end up being some hotshot magic item crafter.
Well, a rough 4 hours later, and by rough, I mean roughly 4 hours later, well, some of you it might be rough. You know, you got to deal with the hag's feet in someone's face.
Core has the hag's feet in his face. He rolled a 5, let's be real. Core is miserable this entire time.
You make back to the orphanage, where the chest is offloaded and the rolled up hag is kind of, you know, removed from the carriage space. Outside, there are a group of children playing. The younger ones, the 6 to 8 year olds. In classical fashion, Rain is sitting on the stoop, mall nearby, just kind of keeping an eye on people.
Yelena will have the cab driver wait for a little bit and then get out and go to Rain kind of quickly and just say, so we rescued another child.
That's good news.
We also have the corpse of a hag.
Right. And you want to bring it into the place where all the kids are.
We would like to know a place where we can put it.
Take it to Stars.
Stars?
Yep, just go into the back, knock on the door. She's probably going to answer, and just tell her you have the body of a hag, and she's going to be happy enough to take it in for you.
Thank you.
Yep. Also, tell her that, I mean, I don't know what your plans are for it, but if you don't tell her that you have plans for it, she's going to start breaking it down and for components. So, fair warning.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
She'll go back and probably help, you know, get Ellery or Allie, I'll keep messing up their names, out of the cab and, you know, towards the orphanage.
Yep. She walks down, kind of begins walking up towards the wrought iron fence very carefully, looking between the gaps at all the kids playing. Rain will eventually kind of make her way up, offer a polite smile. Hello, welcome. I know this all might be a little strange or unusual at first, but I've been told you like books. Well, you're gonna love it here. We'll get you cleaned up first, though. You smell like you need a bath. And Aliel just immediately just kind of nods rapidly in agreement, and just follows Rain to the front door. No fuss.
We can take the corpse to Stars and have them hold it there.
Cora looks at the door of the orphanage very longingly, clearly wanting to drag himself there, but he just nods in agreement with you, Yelena. Uh-huh.
We can rest soon.
Uh-huh.
You guys need me to drop off the body, or can I just stay here?
Uh-huh.
All right, awesome.
Cora, like, snaps his head for a moment. He's like, wait, what? I'm sorry.
You go enjoy the
No, wait.
the pleasure of offloading a corpse. Have fun. Really. I'm gonna stay here and probably go take a bath.
Yeah, no, you do that. You do that.
Mm-hmm.
Go make sure your friend's okay, okay?
Yep, that was the plan.
Alright, please do that.
Yep.
Good
All right,
work
guys.
out there, Hattner.
Yeah, thanks. If anything, I think you should probably thank everyone else but me. But yeah, thanks.
Hattner,
What inspiring words do you have for me now?
Cora just, like, looks at him, like, with this, like, just very, very impatient look. Couldn't have done it without you. You know that, right?
Well, obviously, you guys didn't know how to get into the sewer or where to find them. But I sure as heck couldn't have talked my way in there or killed most of the gang or done anything that you guys did. But I get it. Teamwork.
Hattner. I don't know how to talk to every single person I encounter, and these children, these kids, your friends,
Mm-hmm.
you know them,
Mhm.
and it's clear enough from the last 2 interactions I've had with them that, I'm not going to jive well with all of them for one reason or the next. You are doing a good job. I really do mean that. The only reason that we're making it nearly as far as we are is because we have you helping with us.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, look. What's eating at you?
We've been over this. Everything about this sucks. This whole
Yeah.
place is terrible. Don't need to beat the dead horse again. It's still frustrating.
Things get better.
Are you speaking from experience?
I think a little bit. It's hard to see it sometimes.
You're right.
It's been hard to see it for a while, but it does get better.
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
we need to.
Just go handle your business. We can talk more when you get back. I'm tired of stinking like sewage.
Same.
I'll see you guys all in a bit.
Eat a portion for me. Cora just has to see mix his way into the carriage again.
Mm-hmm.
Yelena will give like a gold tip to just take them the couple blocks down to
Yeah.
Stars.
He takes it. And we'll take you guys to Stars. Kind of parts on
Along
the side street.
I think
Go for
Cora's gonna talk to the party. Sorry. I don't know if you have any other narration or anything like that.
Nope, all you.
So I think like there's a moment of silence in the carriage. And Cora just asks, like maybe like 10 minutes into the trip. How many people did we kill?
More than a dozen.
More than a dozen?
Why?
I was just thinking about it. It's been... I don't know. It's been a minute. You used to doing stuff like that?
Usually not that many at once, but it's far from the first time that I've taken a life. If they weren't ready to die, they shouldn't have taken up arms.
I ain't gonna just roll over and let someone stab me or stab someone I care about to death. But I ain't gonna lie, it's a lot to kind of process wading through that much just blood and crap.
If it didn't affect you at all, I would think that you're a maniac.
Gorge just like kind of silently gauging everybody around him. Just kind of reading the expressions of his companions after everything that they just went through.
Abba looks visually shaken. Nero is a little bit, he seems not that bad off.
Can't say I've ever seen someone fight quite like that. You really know what you're doing.
So it was us or them.
Both of you.
So, I'll be honest, it was mostly just me keeping Nero in the fight. I'm not the most suited for it. But that's why I'm here.
You gonna be okay? Everyone?
I think so. It's a lot different than the Shades or the Strawman or the Hags, you know. But they were bad people. I can at least try and justify myself.
It was them or you.
Yeah.
Gore's attention kind of falls on Yelena after also.
I'm fine.
No.
Like I said, it's not the first time I've had to kill people. It probably won't be the last.
No, if you ever want to talk about it, Yelena. Anything. I mean, we can. We're just, you know, we handle things differently. He just says,
kind of with like a nervous laugh.
Yes, I know. You handle things by talking a lot in circles.
Uh-huh.
I don't.
I figured that much, Blue.
Goes quiet. Catch kicks the corpse a little bit.
I think Court also probably kicks the corpse like right after. Just imagine like it just like makes like one of these just like loud squirting sounds and the juice just gets all over Stella or
It's just
something like that.
All over Stella. No, it obviously gets all over Core. He's the bad luck magnet.
I want to roll a d20. if it's a 1 through 5, it's all over Core. But on a 20, it's you.
Close.
Almost.
No. It's now on this guy's interior. I'm sure he's going to love that.
Well, he
We
got
paid him enough to get a cleaning. Your leader's probably just going to be quiet for the rest of the short trip.
I think Core's also going to be.
And suddenly the interior of the carriage goes quiet. As you trundle along to start, and you pull up on a side street. And you offload the body, and the carriage driver checks in to see if he is still needed.
We'll be fine from here.
Gives you a tip of his hat, and cracks his reins, and the horses pull, and he vanishes off. As you guys are left there, I'm assuming with Narrow hauling the body now, down the back alley towards Stars. And her store is not hard to find. She uses the same red that the adjutants use in their cloaks for her branding, and her back door is the same color, and it's very hard to miss.
Lena will knock on the door.
There's a moment where you just hear, give me a second. Then you hear like a bunch of like things being pushed and slid aside, and eventually you hear a large like bar swing over and open, and the door swings open, and Stars on the other side just like breathing heavily. Hi. You're coming in through the back today. All right,
Yes.
that's new. It's new.
We're told that we could keep a corpse here.
Oh.
It's corpse.
Oh. Yeah, sure thing. Follow me.
I've also been told that I should tell you not to dissect it for parts.
All right, if you insist.
Possibly later. I don't care what happens to it afterwards.
All right, well then we're still fine. All right, then come this way. And she leads you to the corner of the back room, where you're in an area where there are just large wooden shelves that go from floor to ceiling, and they're just covered with crates with labels on them. You are very obviously in the storage room, and you now look when you're inside that alongside the back wall there are just tons of crates that she had to clearly shove out of the way of the door in order to get to it. She leads you into the corner of the storage room, where there is a trap door that is not hidden whatsoever. and she reaches down and pulls a ring on it, and opens it up, and you feel a gust of chilling air, equivalent to what it's like outside, because it is wintertime still. It's easy to forget that. And she just steps down on a pretty high-angled ladder, and will then just sort of wait for, whoever is going to join her down below. More importantly, the body. And once down there...
I was just going to say Core follows.
Assuming everybody's going to follow suit eventually.
Yeah.
And once down there, you realize there's a large underground space beneath stars, a section of which you can tell there are several interesting types of creatures that or creature remains that are frozen down here, or kind of in a temporarily frozen stasis. And there's just a large cold slab of stone into one corner where Star just kind of like unceremoniously points for the body to go. While it's down here, it'll keep fresh. This is one of Quill's doings, so everything down here is going to stay as it is when you brought it down here. And we can keep it here for a period of time. It's really just as long as I've got the space, I really don't care. Yeah.
We'll probably be over the next time Quill's working. Maybe have him take a look at it, see if there's anything we can do.
Right. Well, he's not going to be in for at least another 4 days, so.
Star.
Mm-hmm. Yes, cool.
I had something I needed to pick up.
I
don't know.
have it for you
business
upstairs.
with Quill. You do?
Yep.
Okay, that's good.
Yep.
Thanks.
Yeah. Quill made sure I knew that you were coming for it. He left a little note on it.
I appreciate that.
Yep.
Core just kind of goes quiet after that.
Okay. Up we go. Don't slip. Otherwise, you might hit your head. And also watch for the floor. Ceiling. When does the floor stop being? It doesn't matter. Don't hit your head on the way out. And you end up back in the storage room, where she shuts the door behind her and it seals again. And she walks along the she walks along the length of the storage room, kind of like you can see her doing it like a bit of a mental tally of some inventory. And when you get up to the front, she steps out. She swings open another curtain where you see the front of the store before you. She's like, yeah, just kind of make yourselves comfortable. I'll be right back. Just gonna go get the thing for Core. And she steps out and goes to the right. And you hear another curtain swing open. And it isn't long. She comes back in about 30 seconds. And she has a very plain, smooth metal urn. And she just goes, this is for you. And she just hands it to Core.
Core takes it carefully. Thanks.
Is there anything else I can do for you guys while you're here?
We might be back soon. We recently came into some money.
Ooh. Well, then please, I encourage you to come back. We have many interesting things, several of which I'm sure you will find useful.
Do you want to... Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I think it'd probably be preferable that we don't shop here while we smell of sewage.
I was beginning to wonder what that smell was. That makes sense. You should guys.
It's been a long day.
You should go. There's a bathhouse not too far from here if you want to go freshen up.
Yelena kind of looks at the others.
Do you want it, Yelena?
I wouldn't mind.
I think we could afford to treat ourselves at least a little bit after that. Yeah, definitely put the work in today. By the way, do you have an update on everything that we've been doing, Star?
like how you guys are doing?
How our assignment, our thing, rescuing these kids.
Yeah, the
Have they
multiple
kept you-
children you've rescued lately? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't know how much in the loop you've been kept.
Yeah,
I don't
very.
know.
I read the reports too. Yeah, there's a daily thing that goes out, and it's kind of hard to miss because it's shot straight into my brain. So very
Fine.
difficult to miss. Yeah, you get used to it after a couple of years.
Yeah, we only got to find one more, but that's not going to be the end of it, obviously.
No, it's the end is when you deal with the hags. Otherwise, they're going to keep taking kids.
Well,
Yeah,
one
we
of
got
three.
one.
That's a start. That's one less. And well, hopefully we can use the body there to help you try to find where the others are.
That's the plan.
And you know, word of advice, hags, you know, let's put it this way: if I had a group of friends and one of them was murdered by another group of people, I'd probably be going after that group of people. So, you know, don't wander the streets aimlessly by yourselves. Seems like a bad idea now.
I trust that because you're letting us keep it here, it means you know that this place is safe and secure enough.
Yes. Yeah. This place is a small fortress. I would dare anyone to try to break in.
Good.
Between Quill and nobody, basically every place that the adjutants run through is very well protected. You don't have to worry about that.
To the bathhouse, then?
Yeah. And, Yelena, remember, I gotta make it to the 6th District near the offices by noon tomorrow. To take care of the thing for, my friend.
She nods. Well, it's mostly up to you whether or not you can get up that early.
I mean, I'll drag myself out early. There won't be any, dilly-dallying this time. Sorry.
All right, now that you guys have had that moment, you may exit through the rear because you all stink.
And we'll just give a nod and start making her way out.
And as for the bathhouse, it's a couple blocks to the south. The Misty Meadows, very hard to miss. They have flower boxes on the front of the building. Very pretty.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And make sure you tell them that Star sent you. You'll get a discount. We have a business thing.
Sounds good to me. See you soon.
Yep. And she leads you out the back door, gives you all the polite nod, smile, like one by one as you guys leave, and the door slams shut behind you and you hear the bar set into place again. Off to the Misty Meadows.
Yeah.
All right. Well, a couple of blocks away, after a walk through the streets of the 1st District, the occasional person passing by the group of you just kind of like having a moment where they walk by and then like in your wake turn around and go, ugh, as they finally catch a waft of you.
I mean, we're probably still covered in blood. I mean...
Yeah, you guys are a sight. You guys are a sight. You probably would have tidied up a little bit so it's not as bad. Like you probably don't have any more like chunky bits on you, but you got some blood stains. Eventually you make it to the Misty Meadows. Star was correct. You can tell they have these flower arrangements on the front of the building that are naturally growing from these plant beds at the base, up these trellises up the front. These just these winding green vines with these very beautiful lavender colored. I suck at saying this word. I'm gonna try it though. Chrysanthemums. Oh, almost got it. Someone else want to follow me up on that one? Anyone?
Chrysanthemums?
Thank you. And the front door, which is a beautiful dark red wood stained door. When you enter, there is a bell that chimes. You are in a small front room that's about 10 feet wide, 5 feet deep. There is a round wooden desk where there is a pale-skinned half-elven woman dressed very nicely. She has a small set of gold spectacles resting on her nose. Dark-haired, pulled back into a braided bun. And she is wearing a high-waisted, broad-belted robe that matches the color of the flowers on the front of the building. Welcome, everyone, to the Misty Meadows. I assume you have come here because you are in need. And she stops and kind of observes all of you as you make your way in. A thorough time to treat yourselves.
Yes, we were recommended this place by Star.
Very good. Well, any friend of Star's is a friend of ours. What exactly are you looking to have done today? We offer the full spa treatment. We have baths, mud baths, hot stone massages, hair treatments, oil treatments, skin treatments, anything that you need to feel new.
I think Yelena glances at Estella for a moment and then looks back at her and just says, "How much for the whole package?"
Well, with Star's recommendation, it will be 5 gold for the whole package. It takes approximately 6 hours.
How late in the day is it now?
It is. That's a wonderful question. Let me go get the calendar back up real fast.
It's like 4
it's
hours there, 4 hours back.
It's 2 p.m. You guys left really early in the morning.
Yelena will ask the party and just say, "Is anybody opposed to me spending most of the evening here?"
Estella more or less asks the same question.
We're not going anywhere without everyone together, because when the sun sets, I don't want to catch wind of anything that's bad on the street. So if you're getting the full package, I'm getting the full package. I don't care how, you know what, I'm secure about my size, stature, and masculinity. Of course, as he like puts his hands on his hips.
Abba just silently reaches for 25 gold and puts it down.
At the queen's recommendation, we're all spending 6 hours in the spa.
Very well.
Like-
Sometimes you gotta treat yourself, okay?
I just want the mud bath. It's like, Core, you're going there. Core just starts to scream. It's like, I'm gonna drown me! Ah! He just sinks all the way up to like the top of his head, and he just starts bubbling. This is how he dies, in the spa.
Well, the elven woman collects your money, and hands each of you a flat piece of wood, a clipboard, if you will, with a piece of parchment on it, and it's basically a list of multiple options for the various treatments that you will now be going through. Scents for particular types of oils, if you're into it, nail polish colors for hands and feet, just a whole smattering of all kinds of things, to make sure you get exactly what you want.
Yelena just starts going through her list like she already kind of has an idea of what she
Mhm.
wants.
Mm-hmm. Estella does it with a woman with much confidence of knowing what she wants. I like to imagine.
No idea.
Yeah, but I like to imagine the guys like have a moment where they're just kind of reading over it, going, like they start looking over at like Estella or Yelena's like trying to copy answers off of someone's test.
Nero just looks at them dead-eyed and says, "Can you make my back numb?" Which is the equivalent of, "Hey, I want you to do everything except break my back."
I want you to debone me like a fish.
Ah, yes, we have just the person for you. He works here today. You go into the back. It's the fish devil.
No.
He's
No.
here. You try to crawl away, but you cannot. He's reeled you in, and now there's no escape.
A fishing hook through his cheek as he's getting reeled back in.
Oof. Terrible memories. Please stop.
Anyway. Sorry.
Sorry, you live in a fishing state long enough, and you live long enough to see people do dumb things.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, it takes a little while, but eventually, with some help and a little bit of guidance, you find your way through the listing. And you guys enjoy a solid 6 hours of spa treatment and pampering. The staff here is very polite and professional. And parts of it are nice. You start with a hot soak and a bath. You have various scented oils and even a couple of pretty expensive soaps to sort of just, lavish in. Eventually moving to massages, which you basically get to pick. In the beginning, you got to pick your level of massage, and they have something that they refer to as dwarvish deep tissue massage, which anyone who's of the spa world knows. Unless you don't have the physicality, you typically should stay away from it. So it's the extreme massage experience. I'm assuming that's probably what Nero was aiming for.
Yes.
It's the get your money's worth, still feel it a month later massage.
Yeah.
Yes.
You hear Nero's adjustments through the walls, and the walls are solid stone. Like that's how brutal it is. And eventually you work your way through the whole gamut. Foot soaking, hand soaking, manicures, pedicures, scalp massages, eventually all capping it off with a mud bath back into a lukewarm, which again comparable to the weather outside, which is freezing, bath to just sort of relax and let everything else ease away. You are likewise served drinks over the entirety of the experience, ranging from just water to juice to various types of alcohol. They don't serve any hard liquors, but you can get wine or beer or ale as necessary. And it's just a lovely experience. It's handled well, nothing you want for nothing. And a lot of the aches and pains and general griminess of the last several days have been washed away. So much so that when you guys take your long rest tonight, you guys will get some bonuses from this.
Nice.
Yeah. You spend money doing things that help characters relax, you get bonuses for it. Yes, let me move the calendar forward. Or rather, the clock. 6 hours. 6.
I think during this whole process, there's a moment when Cora and Nero are sitting next to each other with cucumbers on their eyes, and Nero just leans over to Cora and says, "Are you going to eat that?" As he points to the cucumbers.
What? Core just says, like... What?
I'll take that as a no. And he takes the
What
one
the-
off your left
what the-
eye. And he just munches
Tor
it.
like grabs you by your wrist and says, "You're not gonna touch that cucumber thing. Is gonna stay on my eye, and I'm gonna like it. And if you eat it, you know what? I can't even think of any creative. This is just weird. Stop it."
It
Eat
is
your
just
own
weird.
cucumbers.
We have. I thought they were going to hand me more out. 2 cucumber slices is not nearly enough. But okay. I'm assuming it's one of those fancy things.
Man, I didn't realize that a lobotomy was part of the spa treatment.
There's 2 types of spa goers in the eyes of the people that run it. There's like the regulars that know what they want, know what to do and everything, and they're just the greatest because you don't have to like do anything. And then there's Core, Hava, and Nero.
Yep. Baby's first time at the spa.
Yep.
But yeah. Once we're out and probably walking back towards the orphanage, Yelita's finally kind of lost the perpetual scowl she's kind of been carrying for the last few days.
It's also worth mentioning, your clothes have been cleaned and dried.
Wonderful.
Like, perfectly. You definitely suspect there was some magic at hand. But you guys are like new. And wandering back to the orphanage, it is much easier to do despite it being still pretty cold out. It's below, it's below 0 degrees Celsius. It's pretty cold.
So what did the 3 of you think of that? I assume it was all of your first time.
Can't really feel my back, and that's good.
You know what?
Which,
I think I could do that again. Not every day. Not even every month. But it was nice. I was really enjoying myself up until Nero tried to eat the cucumbers off my eyes.
I'm sorry, I was hungry.
Could have gotten food, you fool.
Yeah, that's fair.
Got him.
I didn't want to bother him.
So you,
By the sounds I heard, it seems like you got the heavier massage.
Yeah.
Your masseuse must have been going easy on you. I heard the pops, but I didn't hear any screaming.
Oh.
I didn't hear any screaming when he was getting stabbed earlier, Yelena. That being said, I
Fair
heard the
enough.
pops.
I'm sorry, I don't emote much. I kind of had trouble with it.
It's fine, Corey.
I'm
knows.
sorry that my tokens moved. I didn't want to mention it.
That's fine. Haba and Cord about more than enough for you and me.
It's true. That's why we're a pair.
I mean, you're actually smiling.
You can't prove that.
Cord narrows
Time's
his
on
eye.
the veil.
I think that actually gets like a genuine laugh out of Cord when you start like adjusting your veil to be like, I gotta hide my face. Alright. Well, this was nice. I didn't think I'd like it as much as I did. So, why don't we get back before it gets too late? There'll be people on the street still, and it'll at least be safe to travel the main roads.
Yes, the drinks are nice, but I'm looking forward to getting some dinner.
It is 8 o'clock, by the way.
Yeah, so it's already like
Once
completely dark, right?
pass on
Yeah,
cooking.
yeah. It was completely dark 4 hours ago.
Yeah. When we get back, I'm gonna have to. Well, maybe someone will have gone through that stuff for us already, but if not, I'm gonna have to go through it. Otherwise, because I need to make sure that I scrounge up the money as soon as possible. I don't know how much is there, but if it'll help take care of my issue, my portion, that is, that'd be nice.
It seemed like quite a bit.
And we should probably. I'm not having any luck with Hattner. It doesn't help that the 2 times that I've spoken to him recently have been when I've been frizzled out of my mind for one reason or another.
I don't think you need to worry as much about Hattner as you think you do. He's going through things, but he's handling them better than most people would. Especially someone his age.
Look, I really feel for him.
We can help him by putting an end to all of this.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. I grew up like how these kids did. And I just really don't want to see Hattner go through the same things that I did. And I know he's kind of doing the same thing for them, but, you know, I don't want him to be jaded at that age.
No. We'll see what we can do. We took a big step today, being able to stop that hag before she got away.
Really, really good work.
I figured she was going to try something like that when we started getting the upper hand.
She did some stuff to me during the fight that I didn't really much appreciate.
I saw that you seemed to be a little out of it.
She tried to use my baggage against me.
Kind of enchantment or illusion magic, probably.
Yeah.
Don't think I need to tell you that it wasn't real.
It went away after she died. And even if it wasn't real, I knew what I had to prioritize. It was really...
I can take a guess at what you saw, and I can tell you that you've grown over the last few days and the fact that you were able to keep fighting.
It was really scary. But if I didn't keep fighting, then either I was gonna kick it, or you were gonna kick it, or somebody was gonna kick it.
We all made it through just fine.
Uh-huh.
Some worse than others. Glances at Nero.
Jeez. Well, if nothing else, they managed to put you back together pretty well.
Well, I think we all deserve a good night's sleep and some dinner.
Well, hopefully I'll be able to sleep okay. The dream I had, I don't know, it felt more like an omen. Didn't really talk about it much. talked about it with one of the people there. We could talk about it on the way back, I guess. I'm assuming like we're walking, right?
Yeah, you guys have been walking on the way back the whole time.
I kept seeing some of the really bad, ugly stuff that's been bothering me for a very long time now, but in the dream, it just kept getting worse and worse. And then eventually, it was like the entire city caught fire. And like the way I put it, it felt like I had set the spark of something. I couldn't tell if I had started the fire or if I had just fanned the flames, something that was already there.
Dreams are tricky.
Uh-huh.
Could be an omen, like you said, or it could simply just be your anxieties.
I've never felt... Well, maybe it's something I've always been afraid of. I've always kind of kept people a little bit away from me, because of the really ugly things that have happened. And been on my own, and that's how I decided I was going to live for a while. Things are changing, but I don't know how they're going to change.
It's fine to acknowledge the bad things that have happened, but you should try to focus on the good things more.
You guys are pretty good to me. Some of the people I've been meeting with these red cloaks are pretty good, but it's tricky now because I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna have to make a decision I don't want to make about the Oathsworn and them, because I guess they're fighting, and I don't really know what all that's about.
You can just choose not to join either of them and help out both of them when their goals align with your own. Seems the easiest way.
Staying out of everyone's business, but it's hard to say when you feel a sense of camaraderie, when you feel like there's a sense of belonging, when you know that on people of both sides, they've been through the same stuff that you've been through. I would say that maybe it's kind of like, I don't know, I don't want to make any assumptions here, but you and Tarek seem to get it off kind of well. You get me, right?
I do.
There's a want, but I don't want to play these stupid games.
I think that if the people that you're wanting to work with and be with are as good and deserving of your trust as you think they are, that they'll understand that you don't want to play their stupid games.
As it stands, there's some stuff I can't even figure out unless I really try to dig on my own about some things that happened between me and another. And it does eat at me a bit. And the only way I'd ever get to figure that out is if I joined the Oathsworn. Because they want to keep everything under wraps. And they like keeping things under wraps. Very tight-lipped. Kind of a point of contention between me and Candy. Always begging me to join up, and it's kind of my thoughts versus their thoughts, and not seeing eye to eye on that, but other than that, I think we get along fine, but I don't know. We'll see. Listen, you guys have been helping me out with things here. Blue, do you have anything that you need done?
In the short term, nothing in particular.
What about the long term?
There's probably people in the city I'd prefer that are dead. And I'm sure quite a few outside of the city.
I mean, Blue, I ain't no murderer, but if you're trying to walk someone's log, I'll be happy to help.
For me, it's not about any individual. I'm trying to change the world in a way.
Alright, well, I'm here.
What is that from?
Incidentally, this is kind of what that expression means.
That's what I was going for.
Means to get the better of someone.
Maybe a little too literal of a correlation, but yep, it works.
I'm not going to turn you away if you want to help me with my goals, but I'll warn you that it's pretty much a lifetime commitment.
I mean, we can definitely talk about it. If you're, if you got beef with people, and, I mean, they're deserving. I mean, we're already in the midst of this stuff, and, you know, God, I hate this. I hate this all. Stop it.
I intend on ending slavery by whatever means I have to. And I understand that I'm probably not going to be able to do it in my lifetime. Blech. But I'm going to get it started at least. And I'm going to gather enough power that I can start a movement or something.
Like an organization or something like that, committed to just fighting the world?
Yes,
That's
I don't care how it's done.
Really wish Sam was here. Stella has a lot of things she could be chiming in with right now.
Mm-hmm. Look, I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but, slavery in particular.
Yes.
Core kind of just cants his head a little bit, like, just as if waiting quietly for, like, a little bit more elaboration.
You can call it a personal grudge. You don't recognize them probably because you're not from there, but you've seen my brands.
You had brains? Oh, yeah, you got that, Those kind of tattoos, right?
She nods.
You were... Oh. I'm starting to get the whole murdery side of you now.
Regardless, I'm in a good mood from the bath. I don't particularly want to weigh down the night with that kind of talk.
No, that's fine. I got it. Sorry I dragged it up. You know. But, I getcha.
Well, I'm pretty sure
So,
just about everyone's baggage is on the table at this time, except for she looks at Hava and Nero.
It's a lofty goal, but it's a good one.
So,
We're here to help.
Haba. You got a
Yes.
dark and brooding reason as to why you're a chef? Were you attacked by an animated oven once?
Do you want the honest answer?
No, not really, but if you want... I mean, we're not gonna
Oh.
weigh down the mood here. I was gonna ask if you wanted to, what you were planning on cooking tonight. Because, your cooking is really fantastic, and I would love to have, something nice to go with it.
So I'm gonna be honest. I'm not really in the mood to cook after all that today.
Oh.
I think I'm gonna sit out cooking tonight.
That's fine. You don't have to cook.
And we'll save that information for later. We'll get to it.
Alright. I don't think there's any other things that Cora wants to talk about on the way. I imagine there was a man slapping beef across the street that Cora stares at for like a good 10 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
As they're just walking.
Phrasing.
Is he just staring back at Cora while doing
He's got
it?
some, he can't see his eyes because he's got those glasses on.
It's the local cutter. He's always been a little quirky, but people love him. For some odd reason, all around the outside of his shop, there's just no snow.
Hmm. Think we make it back to the orphanage unless we get jumped by a couple hags along the way.
You don't get jumped by a couple hags.
We were explicitly warned not to go wandering around alone.
Yeah. That's coming next session.
Nice.
Yeah. You eventually make it back to the orphanage, unmolested by anything. Where the front yard is now quiet. And you can see the interior lights of the orphanage are ablaze, as you can see the little bits of commotion of kids making their way in and out of their rooms as they're preparing for bed for the evening. As you get to the front door, you see that it opens kind of right in that awkward pause moment of someone going to knock and someone opening it and meeting them face to face. And it's Hattner, just putting his hood up. I was just coming to look for you guys. We're gone an awful long time.
We got ourselves cleaned up.
You certainly smell much better.
Is Ellery settling in fine?
Allie's doing fine, yeah.
I keep calling her Ellery. Ellie.
See, it's not just me.
She is in the library currently, reading. Surprised by no one. I guess I don't have to go out if you guys are here, so I guess come in.
Yeah. Also, trying to avoid going out on your own if you can help it. From this point forward, we were given a little bit of advice by Star.
Which
Basically,
is...
we've killed one of the hags at this point. The others are probably going to be looking to get revenge.
They're gonna be out for blood.
Yeah, no, that's fair advice. All right.
What's for dinner?
Dinner was roast rabbit. Potatoes, vegetables, biscuits, gravy, the whole thing.
Anything left?
Yeah, I'm sure there's something left over. Just go talk to Amethyst. She was on kitchen duty tonight.
Horror says, "Are you sure it's not roast pig?" And then he just makes that pig sound from before that made him just absolutely lose his mind.
Just make another charisma check.
All right.
At disadvantage because you were exhausted.
Okay, but he liked it before. Perform or just flat charisma?
Just a flat charisma.
Okay.
Ooh.
I do not have any inspiration or anything of the sort there. Do I have anything for a nat one?
No?
I'm not a halfling. I'm
Yeah.
not the halfling trait anymore.
Yep.
Secret spoiled. You haven't been a halfling this entire time. You're a gnome.
Perfectly normal human being. Poison immunity. Anyway,
Really short.
wow, okay. So I guess, man, I'd like to imagine like Cor goes to do that thing, and then like just like there's maybe like a bit of mud or something like in his nose or something like that, and like Cor like immediately like covers his mouth or something like that, and it's
Mhm.
just ridiculous.
You do it and you start having a nosebleed.
Yeah, Cor just like covers his mouth immediately here, and he just looks like really embarrassed. Maybe it's equally funny for the wrong reasons.
Mm. You should really go see Amethyst now. Take care of that.
Come on,
Cor
let's
like
go.
looks, Cor like looks to Yelena like very desperately, like please make this better.
See a look of like with what magic left.
He looks desperate.
She's that way. I'm gonna go pass out. All right.
Sleep well.
I had one chance.
Yay to you for the rest
Good
of the
night.
campaign.
Mhm.
Absolutely, this is exactly what I want. I want these children to just hate Cor despite all the good things he's doing for them.
He just inevitably stabs you in the back.
Yeah, this is what he'll do just because he's a halfling.
Got him. You don't know what it's like to be an unusually tall halfling.
I'm on the short side.
All right. Well, you can make your way into the cafeteria. Amethyst is currently mopping the floors. She kind of leans up against the edge of the mop, kind of looking over at you guys.
Annie.
What happened to you?
Just like gestures to his nose quietly, his eyes are tearing up.
Are you in a rush?
No.
All right. Well, then we're gonna go get you some cloth and we're gonna stuff your nose. If you don't have to use magic to heal it, you shouldn't. Were you hit in the face recently? Any trauma that I need them to be aware of? Like, is this nosebleed a part of a bigger issue, or was just what?
Straw.
Just have a seat.
Okay.
I take it you guys are also probably a bit peckish while you're in the cafeteria.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Give me a second. And she puts the mop back in the bucket. Goes towards the kitchen area where you see her raise her hands, and in the distance you just kind of hear the melodic sound of her whistling a tune. And then you watch as she begins walking back out with about like the size of like kind of like a Mary Poppins bag, like a big pocketbook. And she comes walking out and she sets it down on the table. And while she's out here, you're hearing a bunch of things clatter and move around in the kitchen. And she just sits down across from Core and opens it up. And inside you see her take out, take out some cloth, a couple of like glass vials. It's just it's a healer's kit. And she begins tending to Core, cleaning him up, getting dipping these cloth in a little bit of one of these kind of partially clear solvents, and then having him stick him up his nose.
I just snorted too hard.
No, it's all right. Trust me. It's not the first time I've had to deal with a nosebleed.
I tried to make Hattner laugh.
Perhaps try a little less hard next time.
Okay.
You won't do anyone any good if you bleed out from overexertion.
Well, considering we just, murder a hag, it'd be very anticlimactic.
I mean, fair. I feel like it's still a triumph that's worth celebrating.
But I am because I'm nosebleed.
Well, one step at a time, I suppose.
Well, of course, being tended to, and well, the magic, I assume, is taking care of preparing the food. I think Yelena's gonna start counting out those coins that we got.
You just lug the chest into the cafeteria.
Yeah. There's big tables here. It makes it easier.
It's true. Well, you begin counting.
Can Haba and Nero try and look into these those things they pulled off that man? The helmet and the
helmet and the
necklace
pendant?
or talisman? Yep.
You can make an Arcana check if you'd like.
Okay.
To see if you can try to ascertain what they might do.
Do you want two separate checks or just one check?
Two separate checks, one for each item.
Okay. Would we be able to get an advantage from the two of them working together to
You
figure
guys
this out or no?
yeah, you guys have the time. So yeah.
Okay. Alright, so we'll just say this one's for the pendant. And this one is for the helmet. So a 16 and a 22.
Okay. So without a doubt, both of these are magical. There's no, ifs, ands, or buts. The helmet, which just kind of looking at it, it's got, a bit of a curved brim, almost kind of like a tricorn, but adapted to a helmet. Again, very, very typical gladiatorial style helmet, with a slitted face visor, and a bit of a collar around closer to the neck. But it's adorned in such a way that it is, at the top, it's been sharpened like they're blades. And you can tell along the interior of these, there are some relatively crude arcane runes that have been etched into the metal. You're not entirely certain what they do, but based off of how this has been crafted, you think the helmet, if used as a weapon, like if used as a method of charging someone, would be especially effective.
Independent?
As for the pendant, you are uncertain of. The only thing that you get sort of fixated on the skull face inlaid into the onyx. You can tell there's something there to it, but you don't know what. You will probably need this identified by someone.
Can I have Nero absorb the helmet's magic with their feature?
Yeah. Maybe. Before I make any before I say anything, let me go read that several paragraphs long block of text.
Yes. I'm sorry this class has got
Yeah.
so many of these like weird things.
Yeah, I knew this was going to be a thing. I wouldn't have included it if I knew it wasn't going to be a thing. And besides, this is how I learn it, so that way if anyone ever plays another one, I kind of just know these things. So someone had to do this eventually. So if anything, thank you. I'm learning.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just load up Soulbinder PDF.
It's one of the earlier ones. It's a 3rd level feature.
Yep. There it is. Let's see. You can merge to a magic item over the course of a short rest. Contact between the binder and the item and the companion. So you guys are doing a little trust circle. Meet the prerequisites. Yeah, we're not worried about that. Blah, blah, blah. While merged, the companion gains an intuitive understanding of how to activate any magical properties of the item, including any necessary command words. Magical properties of the item, and apply the effects to its natural weapons and natural armor, but doesn't get the benefit of the armor or weapon itself. You can only have one weapon merged at a time and one piece of armor. The companion's natural weapons. Okay. The short answer is yes, he can do it. It will take you the short rest. It will take you another short rest to do it, but easily doable.
So we'll do it like over the. Would we be able to just do it over like the long rest, like before they go to bed? Would that make sense? Or
I mean, you could do it. You could do it. You could you could do it over short. You could do it over a long rest too.
Okay. I do not know what that pendant does, so I'm not going to try and absorb that or anything.
Okay.
So it might be better for somebody else.
All right. Well, since once he's gonna do it, you're gonna eventually know what it is. So I'm just gonna send this to you.
Okay.
Great.
I hope you guys were okay with me grabbing that, by the way. The helmet.
Sounds like a good thing for Nara.
And it also doesn't really fit anyone else's aesthetic. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
I mean,
Usually isn't gonna wear a metal tricord.
Yeah, I feel like the spellcasters are just out of it. And then, could you imagine Core putting that on and running people running at people like a little rhino? It'd be great. And for the record, given your type of companion, I actually think Nero, if he wants, can just wear it as well.
Okay.
If that's your style, you don't have to eat the item. And just only gains benefits if he actually wants to wear it, because he is a person. Like that's mostly that rules mostly created for all of the other companion types, which are all abnormal. But you're just really a second person. So if he wants to wear it, he can also not, and just still also create like a magical, field of force energy in which to run at people with.
True.
But that's up for you to decide.
Yeah.
Okay. Eventually, after a couple of minutes, plates of food and silverware will float out of the kitchen and place themselves before you on the tables. It is hot food. As Hattner mentioned, there is roast rabbit, roasted potatoes, some sauteed greens with garlic, and two not as fresh but still fresh baked biscuits, and gravy. Everything's got gravy. It's a very hearty meal. And then while Amethyst is just sort of sitting there, realizing that that's all done, she just kind of looks over at the mop, and the mop begins mopping the floor by itself.
Handy trick.
Yeah, I usually avoid doing this, but since I had to, I figured I might as well have it finish all the other work I have as well.
Thank you for the mail.
Of course. Hattner was worried about you guys. You were gone for quite some time. Figured you might have gotten into more trouble.
Star recommended a bath.
And
after everything
the
that
meadows?
happened, yes.
Mhm.
After everything that happened, I think we all felt like we deserved to indulge.
Well, from what Hattner told me about, it sounds reasonable. The place you guys left didn't. You needed some time to clean up at the very least. And let's be honest, all of us probably agree you shouldn't be walking into an orphanage as you were.
I'm still covered in blood.
Well, yes, but now it's your own. And kind of at that mention, she waves a hand and prestidigitates the blood off your clothes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I was having an okay time until this happened.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, if it's really that much of a bother, I can just heal it. It's just magical
please.
healing shortens your lifespan from time to time.
Sure, why not?
All right.
Hava just kind of goes, what is that? That's a thing?
Well,
Did you know about that? I didn't know about that.
She looks at you, she looks at the two of them and goes, well, all right, hang on. And she reaches across the table to Core and will cast a first level Cure Wounds and patch up the nose. Oh, wow, it was actually really good. 12. For whatever that matters.
Considering I not even rested from the short rest, yeah, Core feels even better.
Mm-hmm. The nose will stop bleeding. You can remove the cloth and they'll come out stained red.
I'm kind of assuming that at some point during our 6-hour spa day, Core was able to take a short rest.
Yes, if you wanted.
Maybe I didn't want to spend hit dice I probably don't have. Hang on, let me actually take a look at that. I had 1 hit dice left. Yeah, I don't have the hit dice to spend. So,
sure. I mean, and, you guys are cruising into a long rest. So, like, now, like, for knowledge, it works. He's fine.
Yeah, so Core just feels way better after that.
And boys, so I'll explain the theory at the very least. So, for instance, let's assume someone cuts their arm, right? The body has its own natural ways of eventually knitting the flesh back together and healing, and you might have a little bit of a scar, right?
Yeah.
Well, if you get cut on your arm and then someone magically heals it, what you're doing is the magic is more or less forcing that reproduction, the flesh to knit itself back together rapidly and instantly. And it is less precise than when it takes the time to do it over the course of days or weeks. So when you force heal things enough, the cells can regrow funny sometimes. And depending upon the injuries you sustain, such as internal ones, when you force heal those, they can heal funny and could cause all sorts of medical problems down the line. Especially if things you suffer like in your heart and those are healed. At the very least, when we're talking about magic such as a cure wounds spell, could cause all sorts of heart problems that could kill you the following day if you're not careful. High level magics tend to be a bit more precise and usually a little less forceful. But when it comes to early things like that, yeah, they can cause problems down the line if you indulge in it too much. It's the reason why I tend not to heal people unless I have to.
You just look at the twins having a more so Haba than Nero. Nero's kind of got a 1,000-yard stare while Haba's like, have I been killing my brother?
You remember
this entire time?
You remember how the medic treated Priya when we brought her to him, right? He took it incredibly slow because she had suffered head trauma. He wanted to make sure that nothing went wrong.
I didn't really think of the effects. I was like, yeah, that fixes him. That fixes me. That fixes everything. Oh, and
magic is Well, contrary to what a lot of people believe, it isn't just a simple fix for everything. Sometimes it's better to let the body do what it does naturally.
When I heal, I usually tend to focus more on a burst of energy rather than trying to stitch flesh.
That's a smart way of handling it. Really depends on the situation. If you can survive by doing that, then that's probably the better way to handle it. Otherwise, if you've got a gaping wound or you're bleeding excessively, then of course you need to stop that. That's just the sacrifice you have to make. And then, of course, maybe nothing happens. Maybe you rolled the dice enough and over the course of a lifetime and you were lucky and everything healed up fine. You just have some ugly scars. That's about it. Then again, if you're wealthy enough, like some people in the city, you can also just have a very powerful healer just take care of all of that with one spell.
I don't think the two of you need to worry too much about it.
No, not at all. You're young. You both have you still probably have a little bit of growing to do. I think you'll be fine. Just don't make it a habit. Relax from time to time.
Cora's eyes fall on the food and probably also the money.
Mm-hmm. And that's quite a haul.
Uh-huh. I'm gonna have to count it tonight. Cora looks very...
Eli's already started counting.
Yeah, he looks
There's small piles of coins.
Cora looks like he's gonna get right to that, and then he's probably gonna start eating, because he has an agenda he needs to fulfill, and he needs money.
Mm.
Can I roll something to appraise the crown and the bird?
The bird? Sure.
Yeah.
Just a charisma check. Flat charisma.
Charisma? Sure. It's a disadvantage.
Mm-hmm. Why'd you roll twice?
I don't know. I thought it's late for me, and I thought 2 items, 2 rolls, but
okay. No, no, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, I don't know.
They're both pretty expensive. If nothing else, I mean, the gold bird is made of solid gold. So it's definitely got a solid cost underneath it. And even if you just were to hold up one of the gold coins next to the gold bird and just try to figure out the equivalent of its mass, you think easily 200 gold. You could probably fetch a little bit more for that.
Okay.
The bronze crown, on the other hand, a little more difficult to get a price for. The crown itself is a little less valuable than the sapphires that are inlaid in. And the sapphires they're cut and they're polished, but you can tell just kind of looking at over a few. Some of them aren't as nice as the others. So it really would depend on who you took it to and how much of a stickler they are for the nature of the sapphires. But the crown could either fetch 100 gold or it could fetch 500 gold. Somewhere in the middle.
Okay.
Yes, today ended up being quite a bit more than I think any of us expected. I'm pretty sure we dismantled one of the gangs in the Green Ward.
Oh. Well, that would certainly explain the wealth. They exploit a lot of people out in the slums.
Yes, and the gang we dealt with had only recently dealt with one of the other gangs.
Oh. In which case, this is the consolidated wealth of both of them. Oh, this is a decent haul.
There's also these scroll tubes here and 3 potions.
Well, I can definitely tell you what the scrolls do if you want to pass them over.
Yeah, sure. I think these 2 potions are healing. I can't tell how strong they're going to be. I don't know what this one is.
Amethyst will pop open the scroll tubes and kind of look at either of them.
Okay.
Then after a moment, she'll roll them back up and put them back into the tubes and set them on the table. This one, and she points to the one on the left, is a spell scroll of shield. And she'll point to the other one, and this one's a spell scroll of purified food and water.
It sounds useful.
Might come in handy. As for your vials here, well, Cora, I think your instinct's right. These two are definitely healing potions. I'm not sure on their strengths, though. Someone who can identify them would be able to tell you that. And this, this I actually know. She points to the third one. We actually have one of these in a couple of our emergency kits. It's an oil of slipperiness.
Good thing no one taste tested it, right?
Yeah, it doesn't taste good. Granted, if you end up using it on someone, they're going to end up tasting it anyway. It's kind of hard not to get some in your mouth when you coat yourself in it. But also, if you've ever wanted to slide down a city street, this is the stuff for you. Just find a district with a good hill. You know, sledding doesn't compare. You could travel from one district to the other if you had a straight shot.
That's kind of funny to think about.
Yeah, it is mostly a joke. But if someone was ambitious enough, I'm sure you could actually work it out. But the stuff is actually very useful. Pretty versatile. You can use it to trip people if you're being pursued, or if one person needs to escape. If they've got a little bit of time, they can apply it to themselves. And they're incredibly difficult to stop. Quite literally, because you just can't get your hands on them. That being said, though, I do have... well, I have a shared responsibility with the night shift. I can help you count some of this coin.
If you've got nothing better to do, I think we'd appreciate the help. There's a lot here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can, Umbra can handle, doing the perimeter checks for now.
Awesome. She's around then. All right. I need to get something from her.
Yeah, she's always lurking. You're just gonna have to find a dark corner and say her name.
If I look in a mirror and say her name 3 times, she'll come through the mirror, and it'll be terrible.
She could, yeah.
I think it goes without saying, but at this point we've killed one of the hags. Star warned us we've probably got a massive, big grudge against us from the others.
That's a fair assumption to make.
Considering how much we've been staying here, it might stand to reason. Well, the adjutants might be a target as well. Not that I'm saying you can't take care of yourselves, but
We've considered that a possibility since we started working with you. Like I said, the orphanage is well warded and taken care of, and we have 2 guards watching the place at night now versus just me and Rain. That's the reason why you've probably been seeing a lot more of the adjutants around here lately. The captain's making sure we have people on staff frequently to shore up any potential issues that may arise.
good. Well, let's get counting, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Just goes back to her pile.
1, 2, 3. And you guys will eventually, you'll work your way through counting the coins, and eventually make your way to bed. Do you want to do the bed thing now before we end the session, or do you want to do the bed thing next week when we start the session?
What do you mean now?
Let's do it now. I like cliffhangers.
Sure. What could go wrong?
1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a roll war. 5, 6, 7, 8. I wonder how we destroy our lives.
Almost got it.
Almost got it.
How we annihilate? something. There's something in there.
Fate.
All right.
My life's annihilate.
All right. Well, the D100s then.
Okay, go first, Quinn. Eat the bad roll for me.
JK.
Nothing for you, Lena, probably. 35.
And because I have to keep appearances, unremarkable all the way around. Perfect middling, unfortunately. Well, all right. Spoilers, not that much of a cliffhanger.
Oh, okay.
You guys will go to bed. Core will have your little exchange at the beginning of the session next week. Just remind me
Sure.
to recover your prayer beads. And that's where we're going to end today's session. That's so ingrained in me. We'll pick up there next Wednesday. And I'm going to double check real fast. I guess I'll just do this on stream, but I feel like I have a eye appointment sometime this month. I don't know when it is. Oh, cool. Never mind. I was smart. I looked into the future and I had my appointment at 1 p.m. on Wednesday. So I finished my game and then go head there.
Good
So
time.
never mind. No interruptions in terms of play. Yeah, that's it. Thanks for playing, guys. You did it. You killed a hag, and you survived. I honestly thought I was going to kill somebody today. I legitimately thought that.
Nero got a little close.
Yeah, I got
A
pretty
little close, but not close enough. Like you guys hung in there.
Yeah.
And
I'm sure that fireball helped.
yeah. No, like Astilla's fireball killed 6 people straight up. Yeah, even the guys that made their saves still died.
Supposed to be like that.
Higher than average fireball roll.
It was pretty good.
What was the damage on it?
It's like
30.
30.
Yeah.
It's like 3 higher than average.
Yeah, man, I was worried for you guys coming in today, but you guys handled it well. Honestly, really good use of the inspiration points for the legendary actions. I'm still seeing a lot of people interact with these things. And so seeing you guys use them like that was really cool.
Oh yeah, I had that in my head from last week. It's why I didn't use any inspiration last session. It's like, we need to find a way to stop these hags from running away. They always run away when they're low. What if I just save a 3rd level spell slot and try to do as much damage off turn as possible?
Yeah, it was smart. I was expecting just a melee attack. Dissonant Whispers was a good use. Especially since had she failed, it would have also kept her away from stepping in the scath. Like, it would have been good.
Melee attack could miss. Dissonant Whispers does damage even if she succeeds.
Mhm.
Yeah, as we saw with Core, and I got the idea from Quinn, so it wasn't exactly the most original thing. So all credit goes there with that, and I was just like, I completely forgot what Quinn was going to use theirs for, but I was like, okay, cool. Let Core try to do this, and if that works, then cool. That means that those inspiration points can stay. For Yelena, the only thing that really kind of blew about it was being exhausted for the remainder of the session. Really sucked.
Yeah, that took its toll eventually. Which is funny because in a lot of my other games, like the 1 point of exhaustion doesn't really have like a huge impact a lot of the time. But it was like it mattered quite a bit today.
Yeah.
But at least you saved Mo. He's now going to. He's
gonna kill us.
Yeah, he's gonna Bruce Banner walk off into the sunset and begin his own adventure. Mo the Goblin. Come back as 2 Knife Mo.
Why do they call you 2 Knives?
He's gonna come back with Mo Knives.
Oh no! All right, before this gets any worse, experience. I've given you guys 1 goal for successfully rescuing Aliel. Anything else?
Killing a hag.
Killing a hag, yeah.
All right.
Something for like taking down like a faction that was exploiting the slums. I don't know what we put that as. I think that's.
It's a discovery. It wasn't directly related to the central narrative. It was a side narrative.
Okay.
So it's definitely a discovery.
Discovery for that, I think.
And of course, while you guys are thinking about other things, you've also butt up against the inevitability of you could trade in those 2 discoveries for a goal and get your next level up.
I mean, narratively, it feels like a level up here seems appropriate.
Yeah.
We killed one of the hags. We rescued a child. We had fun bath times.
Yep, that seems like a level up moment. If there are no complaints.
Your thoughts?
I think I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Level 6 it is.
I'm gonna roll something before I decide to level up. I'm gonna roll D100 for myself.
Start taking levels in cleric.
Actually, that might be the thing that happens.
Ooh, I'd be really down to see that though.
Only other thing I could maybe think of is possibly a bond for the talk that happened after the bath scene. People kind of opening up a little bit. I know Yelena revealed a little bit more about herself finally.
I agree with that.
Funnily enough, she revealed it to the party after revealing it to Hattner.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Weirdos, to be fair,
Heiser, that revelation. 66. We're gonna go level in rogue then. That's what's gonna happen.
All right. Well, so I mean, we hit a bunch of things. Anything else? And now also begin thinking about what you want to see for the next level up. Because you guys are now level 6.
So, unfortunately, it is. Oh yeah, that's right. Resolve dice.
Yes, we should. I'm gonna do this now before I forget.
Ooh. An 8.
We do not reroll 4s.
No, you do not.
So.
What is it? What do you reroll? Is it just like 1s or 2s?
No, well, you don't reroll anything. When you roll a 1 or a 2, you take the high average. This is actually Dawn's rule. And I like it.
It's a good roll.
My rule is if you don't roll below high average, you just reroll average. Because otherwise it ends up being something to the effect of like, if you had rolled lower, then you've kind of might as well just rolled a 1 or a 2, because then you have a 3 or a 4. Like if you don't roll below a certain threshold, you just take your high average. That's
Right.
just kind of how it is in I think organized play, and I think it's just like, okay, sure. That way you don't feel too bad about it. Also gives a chance for the high melee characters to potentially have that higher HP threshold, because you kind of when you have a D12 hit dice and you roll low,
you roll 3 or 4, it feels bad. That's fair.
Oh, it feels real bad.
Fair point. All right, I'll take that in consideration.
Yep, no, it's fine. However you want to do it.
Well, no, like I understand that. Like, I adapted the role initially because I just like the idea, but you make a very valid point.
I'm 1 away from
because that's a 3, right?
HP number.
That's okay.
Right.
Do I have an HP tracker here, or do I just keep that tallied up normally? Yeah.
Is level 6 an HP level?
No, it is not.
I think
No, this is for my own HP. Wait, no. Okay, never mind. I messed that up. All right, never mind.
HP comes at ASIs.
Okay, cool. I
Standard
messed that up.
What would I?
Okay.
I don't think I could even think of anything I'd want to like subclass into, or like not subclass, multi-class into with.
It doesn't.
This
It also
one
just
is-
doesn't. It also just doesn't multi-class well.
It doesn't, and it's literally leaving Nero behind because only Habo would get the benefits of it.
Exactly. Yeah. The companion just stops growing if you multi-class ever.
Mm-hmm.
We are going to take expertise into our thieves tools,
Nice.
because we take that a lot.
I have a vague idea for a multi-class for Yelena at some point, but it's very much dependent on if certain things would happen in story. Also, it's like a UA multi-class, so it's very much like I'm not really considering it. But if something happens, maybe I'll ask about it.
Yeah, I'm intrigued only by the fact that you mentioned it's UA, and I'm trying to imagine which of the ones from the UA haven't been published already, and trying to remember what they could be.
The UA Phoenix Sorcerer.
Oh, well, we also just have a Phoenix Sorcerer on the drive.
Yes, but you see, the Phoenix Sorcerer on the drive has been updated in a way where it would synergize with what Yelena wants to do.
I see. Well, when we come to that bridge, we can talk about it.
Yeah, that's like something that would happen if like Yelena nearly died and like rolled a fate dice and had intervention or something.
Mm-hmm.
That's not something that's just gonna happen.
Mm-hmm. Suddenly there's a phoenix inside me.
Pretty much. Ooh, counter charm. I'm sure I'll use that every combat, right? That's something bards always use.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. I want to change that. I really hate counter charm.
I feel bad because I got something really good at level 6. Nero's just proficient in every save now, and he gets advantage on charisma and int saves as long as Hava's within 100 feet of him. And then
really good.
All of his attacks are considered magical.
I have expertise in investigation and my thieves tools now.
Don't get me wrong, level 6 is a great level for Yelena because she gets a subclass feature, and her subclass feature is I hit twice.
Yep.
She also gets another spell known, I believe, and spell slot. So, really strong level.
And as per usual, Greg, if you could, alongside me, let Sam know that we've leveled up to 6.
Yep.
Great. And of course,
always down the stairs and
of course, always pass along that we love and we miss her.
Yep.
And I will likewise tell her the same thing when I message her later. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. So level 6. Rest up, guys. You know, get all your fun stuff back.
I always forget how few features bards have that are attached to a subclass. I've got all but one of mine already.
Mm-hmm. Especially Sword Bard. Sword Bard in particular is really just very front-loaded with all their flourishes, and like that's about it.
Yeah, I get another feature at 14th from Swords Bard, but that's it.
Which is like kind of only like a part of a feature, because like you don't ever really. It's not like a choice. It's just like, well, I always have a D6 for this flourish if I want.
Yeah, it's like okay, I have an extra D6 on every attack.
Yeah, that's about it.
And every single time I hit, I'm gonna have 1 to 6 higher AC, basically.
Yeah.
7 to con saves. Let's go.
I mean, like, what, Valor Bards just get battle magic, which I hate.
I really don't like the fact that they just kind of left Valor Bards in the dust and are like, well, just make Swords Bard and all that.
Well, don't get me wrong.
There's your new melee.
I think Valor Bard's combat inspiration, I really like. I love that feature. I hate battle magic. I think that's just meh.
They really could have done a better job of distinguishing the two. Like,
yeah, I see Swords Bards are your, I want to be the one fighting in melee, doing all of this. I see Valor Bards as like the army commander type, just like
that's fair.
I'm gonna inspire all of these people. I'm going to lead the charge.
Yep. I typically play my Valor Bards as Rangers, and I take Swift Quiver at 9, and I just become
it's great.
Yeah, I become a machine gun.
No, that is very good. Whenever I think of Valor Bards, I just think of the bards from Final Fantasy XIV, because like they also just wield giant bows.
Yeah.
Fair. Anyway, think about what you guys want to do for your next level up. Make sure you do all your level up stuff for next week. You guys have already rolled Resolve, so that's cool. Get all your features and stuff updated for those of you that have maybe something that isn't just attack twice. 2 spells, that cool stuff.
I want to talk to you at some point about one of the features that we've kind of given core that I don't
Okay.
think I'm really enjoying too much because
Okay.
it's the mechanical stuff here, and it's nothing that I think it's because I think that as nice as it is, there are some odd uses here, and I constantly find myself wanting to use it in situations where I can't use it, and it's also like just worded a little oddly where I can use it even if it's like one of my allies doing something, and that's the vanishing trick. I feel like maybe we can either tweak it or maybe replace it with something. I don't know, but I think it's maybe worth talking about, but not now because it's 2:30 and I'm going to take a shower and then I'm probably going to do something else and go to sleep.
We'll talk about it over the course of the week. You guys have round 2 of character features coming up anyway. I purposely put yours off away from 5th due to the speed in which you guys have been leveling up. I really wanted to see more of what you guys were kind of leaning into or how you guys were feeling about things. So yeah, I'll start working on them a bit more now. So this is an appropriate time to talk about things exactly like what Core just brought up. If there's something you don't like or how something doesn't work, or if you have an idea for a direction you want the character to start heading into, all of that input allows me to help figure these things out. And of course, it comes for role-playing flavor, out of combat, utility, and combat-based things. So if you are trying to achieve a certain vision, such as if you wanted to be, a dual hand crossbow wielding shooty type boy, and because I've removed feats as a chosen option, but you need something to really facilitate that, you just ask, and then we'll work something out. That's how this works. I want to help you obtain the vision of the character that you want to reach. That's all these are for. And if you don't have any idea and you just want cool stuff, I'll give you cool stuff.
I'm caught between two parts where I want to feel like I'm not just using Haba just for strictly buffing, but that it feels like that's just
later, Don.
Later.
Have a good one.
The best use of his like his actions, but also wanting to flesh Nero more out and like have him actually start making strides to being an actual person.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I'll have to read through.
It's a jungle.
Yeah, like I said, I'll have to read through the Soulbinder class a bit more to sort of see what kind of options there are. Because just at a quick glance, honestly, that's what the class feels like. It really feels like the main body is there to act as a focal point to enhance the partner to do a lot more stuff. And in this case, the lot more stuff is hurt things a lot. Right? And so it's just like one of those. Kind of. I'll read through it all to see if there are other directions that are possible. But if that's all they are, then that might be all they are.
Yeah.
We'll find out. But I'm before we continue to tangent any greater distance, I'm gonna wrap up for today. And oh no, my overlay is ugly because Dawn left. That's it. I've said this a bunch already. I'm just gonna finish. Thanks for watching, guys. Thanks for the new follow. We are live Wednesdays every morning. I play in a game on Thursdays. Check the schedule over at Cracked DM. I run a game on Thursday, and eventually my Tuesday game is moving to Saturday morning, Pacific anyway, afternoon for Eastern folks. Feel free to tune in anytime then. If you can do nothing else, make good choices. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys next time.
Bye.